All right, now there should be sound. Okay, so welcome everyone. My name is Laura, aka PURPLEXEDQT. If you're new to my channel, welcome. If you like what you see, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Unless you have a touch screen, it's not going to work on the screen, but go ahead on the bottom and hit that subscribe button. Like I said, I'm going to make ones for members and Patreons. Is going to be like little flash up links. So if you don't like what you see, exit left. And I'm freezing. I don't know why, but I have this cold like all day. Like I can't shake it. So I've been lazy today as far as working. I mean, I made candles and stuff, but that's easy. It's putting this room back together. Oh, I don't want to do it. I keep putting it off, and it's got to get done by Saturday. Plus everything else. So, yeah, I'm a bit of a mess today, but that's okay. So, couple things that I want to start off with first. Tonight, I'm making whipped cream for candles. And I started remaking gel candles again. OMG. The difference between now and then is like night and day. When I say now and then is when I started. I made these martini daiquiri candles. I've been lighting one. It's been lit for 8 hours now. It's like barely even put a dent in it. So I'm like, wow, these really do last really, really long. So we're going to have some fun with that. We're going to have some fun with whipped cream, wax melts, and a whole bunch of stuff. So I got a lot of stuff coming. So, no, I'm going on vacation. I'm taking Sage away Sunday to go to the, the murder house in Tennessee. So that's why. So I don't want to come home to a big old mess. So I got to get it done. So Dayton finally goes back to school tomorrow. Yes. And that's that. All right. Getting the wax whipped cream. Not real whipped cream. Wax whipped cream. Because I want to start making desserts and all sorts of fun stuff for the summer. I'm getting back into doing some crystals and doing a whole line of healing candles and spiritual candles. And I told you guys, I got a lot on the horizon. A lot of things are changing. I ordered smaller vessels to give you guys cheaper prices on a candle. So instead of only having a 9-ounce candle, now you guys are going to be getting a choice of a 5-ounce candle, which will be, a lot cheaper. Same kind. I've ordered the vessels from the same place. So same vessel, just a smaller version. So, and those I ordered frosted glass with a pine lid. So it'll be a little different. Or no, those are gold lids. And then I have white with pine lid. I don't know. I forgot what I ordered. But a lot. Lots of good stuff coming. Plus all these different types of wax melts and dessert wax melts. Dessert wax melts and a whole bunch of stuff. Cookie wax melts and stuff Oreos that look like food, but they're not. Chicken wings, a whole bunch of stuff. Lots and lots and lots of stuff. All right. So tonight we're going to do as promised. So let me say hi to everyone. What's up? Members, Patreons, future Patreons, future members, former members, all my subs, of course, my amazing mods, even though they're all hoes. That's okay though, because we like hoes over here. All right, here is, I don't even know where to begin. I got to tell you guys a little background before I begin. But tonight, like I said, we're going to get into Summer Wells. So last night I was making some candles. And today I asked a couple of people if they ever heard about this case that I'm going to talk about. Nobody ever answered me. I had a vision. I had an epiphany. And I had a thought, which led me to a new theory. It is not something I ever heard anyone else talk about. It's, don't laugh at me until you hear the whole thing, okay? I'm going to give you the background first so you don't laugh at me. But knowing the area of where Summer disappeared, this is a very strong possibility that it could be real. So let me explain. Is anyone familiar with the Sarah Maynard case? Give me a 1 if you know the case. Give me a 2 if you don't. It happened back in 2011. No, not sewer hole. All right, so nobody knows the case. All right. So back in 2011, there was a girl named Sarah Maynard who was kidnapped. Oh, you know a text girl who was kidnapped from a home, I believe in Ohio. I can't remember all the details. But she was kidnapped from a home in Ohio. They had no idea where her brother, sister, and mom were. Or a mom's girlfriend. I really don't remember all the details. But she was kidnapped from a home, and she was found 4 days. Was it 4 days? Yeah, 4 days after she was kidnapped. She was found in somebody else's home, bound. You know, she was in like this garbage bag. Like they had her dressed in a garbage bag. She was in a basement. She was found on a pile of leaves. Her bed was made of leaves. When the police broke into this guy's house, they not only did they break in, but they used like one of those bombs. Once the bombs started to clear, she was held by the... Yeah, I'm going to get to that text, girl. Don't jump ahead. So she was held captive. When the bombs started to clear the way for the police to see it, they noticed that this guy's whole living room was full of leaves, like completely full of leaves. And they didn't really know why it was filled with leaves, but this guy ate squirrels, like really fucking weird. And the scary part is he's not a bad looking guy at all. Like he doesn't look creepy. I'll show you a picture, but he doesn't look creepy. He doesn't look weird. He looks like a normal, good-looking guy, to be honest. So everyone knew he was like way beyond normal. Like this was not your ordinary guy. Like he literally stopped going to the supermarket. Like he was just whacked. And neighbors said he would like hang out in trees. He knew a lot about trees, and he loved being around trees. After, they saved her, after they had him in custody, they were, trying to figure out where the rest of her family was. And he wouldn't tell. He was like playing games, cat and mouse chase with the cops. He wasn't going to tell them where the family was, but decided at the end he was going to tell them. I'm making a very long, complicated story very short. Yes, the Cleveland, Ohio basement dude. Exactly right. So when they finally found her, and when he finally told them where she was, I don't want to miss the story, so let me back up. So they finally found her. And before I tell you where the rest of the family was, let me just tell you how horrible this was. So they find her. They know that her family is dead. She lost everybody. And she had a feeling they were dead. She goes to live with her biological father and stepmom. 2 years later, now mind you, this girl was kept in captivity. She was raped. She was attacked. She was bound and gagged. She was held hostage. She wasn't showered. Thank God it was only 4 days. All of this happens to her, and within 2 years, her father, her biological father, and stepmother were arrested for abusing her. Like, this poor girl didn't go through enough. Now she lost her whole family, and her biological father and stepmom beat the shit out of her, and to the point that CPS took her again, and they were arrested. Then, no, she was 13. So then she ends up going to live with a family. They were going to tear down the house, but they decided not to tear down the house. So she goes by the house, and that's where a whole family was executed. There are people that live there now, though. Okay. So back up. When he finally told, this is where Summer Wells comes into play. It is very sad, I know. Wait, Kat, I don't understand what you mean. So I can't imagine either. When I heard that, I was like, wow. So they couldn't find any leads that led up to where the rest of her family were. The cops believed they knew she was dead. The mom was dead, the brother was dead, but there were no signs anywhere of where they could be. It was like they just disappeared into thin air. No, like there was blood all over the house and stuff, but nothing led them to any one of these bodies. So you think, hey, as a police officer, well, where could they possibly be? Where did this one guy, they looked all over his whole house. All right, he likes trees. Are they in the trees somewhere? No. Maybe we'll find a limb somewhere. The guy, they were pretty sure they were going to find the bodies, or at least one body in the house somewhere, like underneath leaves or in the closet or somewhere. Nope, nowhere. They knew that without him telling them, they were never going to find where these 3 bodies were. I forgot what happened that caused him to finally tell them. It was really this cat and mouse chase. But he was like in interrogation for like 13 hours. You're right, they would have never found them. Kind of like Chris Watts, and you would have never found the girls without him telling. So where did he hide these 3 bodies that seemingly look like they disappeared into thin air? He hid them in a hollow tree. And he actually hoisted them up. He knew this tree was hollow, and that's where he put the 3 bodies. And it hit me like a ton of bricks. There is all trees there. Is it possible that that's where Summer is? She's in a hollow tree somewhere. I know it sounds crazy, but if you know the Sarah Maynard case and how all that went down, and seeing the way Summer lives with all the trees around and all the woods around them, would Don know if there's a tree hollowed out? Would a killer know if there's a tree hollowed out? Because according to this killer, I forgot his name, but according to this killer, he knew that this specific tree was hollowed out. And he was in trees. And it just really got me thinking, could Summer be in a hollow tree somewhere? Could somewhere in the area close to home, because the experts say that they believe she stayed close to home. Or that, I forgot what the exact ratio is, but, like 75%, I might be wrong on the exact number, but like 75% of all car accidents happen like 5 miles from within your house, or 1 mile, or whatever it is. So when I thought about the Sarah Maynard case, and I reviewed it again because I was listening to something last night, it just hit me. Oh my God, maybe that's where she is. That's why there's no leads anywhere. There's no traces anywhere. But it doesn't necessarily mean it's right on her property. I've heard of this before. Some man was found in a tree years ago. He had been murdered, they thought. I don't care, Glitter. She could be behind her. See, I thought of that too, but she would have to be like in a fireplace somewhere with cement. I don't know. But the hollow tree thing just kind of hit me with a ton of bricks. Like, wow, is it possible that that's what happened to Summer? I don't know. Why you, K-Rox, what's up? But I'm serious, like, I just keep thinking, maybe? No, totally different area. Hey, Kathy. I don't think they're really that diabolical, but you wouldn't need to be that cunning. Where can you hide someone? In a tree, in a hollow tree. You know, how to know which tree is hollow. Hey, Sarah, which tree is hollow? I don't know. I was in their neighborhood, but I don't know what a hollow tree even looks like. I wasn't born surrounded by woods, but I do know there's tons of woods there. And as an investigating officer, I don't think you would look in a tree. And even if a dog sniffed a tree, I don't think you would think to look in a hollow tree if the opening is like really, really high up. Like he said he had to use like a hoist or something to get him up and then down. Like he literally hoisted them up and then had to hoist them down and kind of like dropped them. Happy birthday, Sarah. Kind of like dropped them in the middle. I don't know. It's just a thought I had. This is a well-known story they might know about somehow. I don't know. Yeah, Sarah Maynard was it was a big story. There's an opening. Well, the one that he showed, let me get a picture of it. I'll show you. Okay, there's one that was cut down. All right, so I got to find it before it was cut down. Because they cut it down and it's just a huge hollow opening. But I need the original. I saw the original today. Oh my God, of course now I can't find it. Oh, wait. What's this? All right.
Week after they disappeared.
Hang on. This might show it. It was in a wildlife area. State of Ohio. Hold on, I'll show you guys this.
Ohio are calling the case of a missing family
a devastating tragedy. More than a week after they disappeared, investigators discovered the bodies of a mother, her 11-year-old son, and a family friend stuffed inside a hollowed-out tree on Thursday. Just days earlier, the mother's daughter was rescued from this house. 13-year-old Sarah Maynard was in the basement. She had been bound and gagged.
We're inspired by Sarah. We're inspired by Sarah's bravery. After we met with the families this morning, I asked Larry Maynard to convey to Sarah to tell her that she was my hero.
Sarah, her mother, Tina Herman, and her young brother, along with a family friend, were reported missing last week after Tina never showed up for work at this Dairy Queen. A day later, authorities say they found an unusual amount of blood inside her home. Her pickup truck was found near the campus of a local college. The only suspect in the case is 30-year-old Matthew Hoffman. It was in the basement of his home where police found Sarah.
Just a real blow, a real tragedy to what happened in this small of a town where we feel like we know everybody and things just happen and you just don't expect something like this to ever happen to you or your neighborhood. And
Mount Vernon, Ohio?
when it happens this close to home, it's never easy, especially on people who knew the family or those involved.
Hoffman's an ex-convict and unemployed tree trimmer. Police say
Like, if you saw him in the street, he's a pretty good-looking guy. Like, you wouldn't know he was completely fucking psychotic.
he had been watching the family.
Knowing that their loved ones have been found, I'm certain there was a certain sense of relief. Obviously, sadness and grief because they hoped it wouldn't turn out this way.
Hoffman's in jail on charges of kidnapping Sarah. Authorities say he gave investigators information that led them to the bodies in that tree. They say all three were murdered inside his home, but aren't saying how. Ross Simpson, The Associated Press.
Damn, they didn't show the tree. I saw the tree today. You would never know it was hollow inside. That's what I'm trying to show you guys. You would never, ever know it. You couldn't tell from looking at it. There was no holes on the side. Ba-dum-bum. Okay, that was after it was cut down. Okay. What? So this was the tree. The opening was all the way up here, which is why he had to hoist them up and then drop them down. Oh, that's Indonesia. Wrong place. But that's the hole that he hoisted them up and dropped them down. And then this is after they cut it down. They had to cut it down. It's fucked up, right? Can I zoom in? Hold on. No. There's no way to zoom in. I can make this bigger. I don't know what kind of tree it was. That's a tree. Because he told them what tree. And then there's the hole that he dropped them down. Isn't that crazy, though? It's a beech tree in the Lake Animal Preserve. The square cut the police made to find the bodies. They would have never found them otherwise. That's my point. So it really got me thinking. Is it possible that she could be in a tree somewhere? Yeah, I don't know what kind of tree it is. But I'm just saying, like, I just found that. I mean, look at this guy. Oh, you can't see. He's not a bad looking guy at all. You met him on the street, you'd be like, he looks like a normal dude. It was 2010. I thought it was 2011. It's crazy though, right? Oh. And he used a harness. He used a harness to raise the bodies to a hole at the top of the tree and then dumped them inside. And it just really got me thinking, what if that's what they did? I mean, how would you even know a tree is hollow? Ew, JLR is gross. It is the craziest place to ever bury a body. I agree. Because I don't understand how you would know. Totally was possible. Oh, it's definitely possible. He did it. This guy did it. And I guess because he did it in somewhere away from the home, that they probably wouldn't have had animals there. You know, they wouldn't have had dog walkers or canines or anything. But then I started thinking about all the areas in Tennessee, all the areas in surrounding Summerwells, from Knoxville. I mean, there's so many fucking trees. She could be anywhere. And I said that when we were there. Like, she could literally be anywhere. Nope, didn't dismember them. Just dropped them. Tree cutters would know if they were hollow. But this was in a park or whatever. But who's to say that Don or one of his buddies or Candace's people or anyone didn't cut trees or didn't know anything about trees? That's true. You have drones. Or if she was taken and she was kidnapped, maybe they put her in a tree. I don't know. Exactly, Steph. It would be a needle in a haystack. But let's go with the assumption that, hold on. Let's go with the assumption that I'm going to do both. Let's say Candace did do it or had something to do with it, and Don had something to do with it. Then it's very possible they know trees in the area. It's very possible she could be anywhere in Tennessee. Tennessee is all fucking trees. Like tons. Don would know a lot about things in construction, and if they did do it, it could be a reason why they're so cocky about it. They were smart enough, the killer, smart enough to not leave a body in the middle of nowhere. But if you can hide a body inside a tree, especially think how small they are. You know how small Summer is? Yeah, it happened in Ohio. They used firewood, so maybe that's where they get the wood from. It's possible. The Wells asked for firewood because he wouldn't be able to collect his own. Okay. Like I said, just a thought. I could be way off base, but when I was listening to the Sarah Maynard again last night, it just hit me like a ton of bricks. I was like, can you fucking imagine if that's where she is? And it would make sense. Wasn't there tree cutters working on the trees when she went missing? I can't say for sure, Denise. I don't totally remember. Donna, but it's not reaching. That's the thing. You know, if I hadn't have showed you guys the Maynard case, I would say definitely reaching, but it's not so reaching. Kevin, I saw it. It's not so reaching. It's very possible. And now Denise just reminded me that there were tree cutters working on the trees the day she went missing. So that lends even more credence to this possibility. Let me double check that fact before I run with it. Hold on. That's what she told CM. 100% tree cutters were there. See, I didn't even remember that. But that's fucked up. If there really were tree cutters there, that's fucked up. She mentioned tree cutters Sam when he went to the house. I would have to go back and look at that. Yeah, it's going to take me too long to go through this way. What trees grow in the area? Because maybe it's that type that gets hollow. Good point. Let me take a look. All right, many native trees are already used in Tennessee home landscapes. Oaks, maples, dogwood, yellow poplar, and others are common. Many more exist that are seldom used. Native trees for Tennessee. Maples, yellow poplars, oaks, dogwoods. Ash trees. Hold on. All right, sycamore trees hollow. They're uncommon in Tennessee. I know what a Christmas tree stand is. For some reason, I can't find that, Denise. I'm not finding what I wanted. I could tell you all about the trees in Tennessee, though. But yeah, so it doesn't, I don't know. I mean, Tennessee has rare trees, common trees, all different trees. I'll be in my rabbit hole search Google Maps for summer. Okay. Why are we talking about, you have to rewind. But I'm telling you, I think it's a really possible. Oh, do they, Jerry? I don't know anything about trees. But I really think it's very possible that this is an avenue that needs to be explored. That I don't know if TBI has explored it. I will say Tennessee has such a vast area. I don't even know where they would begin because Tennessee is all trees. So I honestly don't even know where they could possibly even begin. But I definitely think it's an avenue that should be explored. If they're not in if you believe that it's Don and Candace, I would start in all the areas they were. All the areas between Don's work. But again, you're talking thousands upon hundreds of thousands of trees in a very small area. But I do think it's very possible. Didn't they fly small planes? I don't know. I honestly don't know. Candace could have found a hole in one of the trees could have. I mean, she was really small. That's true. They could begin wherever the tree trimming company normally does business. I mean, there's just a lot of things. And no, I did not, Smarty Pants. And as a investigator, I would, like, the cop that I called, now the retired cop, they wouldn't think to look in a tree. But granted, he's in New York City. But I don't think most investigators would begin to look in a tree. Oh, let me see if she's in a tree. That's far and few between. So, I don't know. I agree with that, New York mom. The problem is, I did a video on that a while ago. There hasn't been any confirmation by the police that footprint exists. That footprint came from a Facebook post, and Kim and Allie ran with it. But the police have never confirmed it. TBI has never confirmed it. It's one of the things I wanted to find out when we went there. And we couldn't find out. But we have never gotten real confirmation on that. So I can't give any merit to it. The dogs would not have found her if the tree that she was in was not on their property. I'm not saying that she's on their property. I'm saying she could be a tree. She could be in a tree in the middle of fucking nowhere, Tennessee. If it wasn't Don and Candace, or she could be in a tree halfway to Don's work. If it was them, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not telling you she's on a tree in the property. This guy didn't use a tree on the property. He used a tree that was in a national park, where cops would have never, ever looked if he didn't tell them. So my point is, again, you guys are talking if they put her in a tree on their front lawn. That's not what I'm talking about. Or anywhere in a 5-mile radius. That's not what I'm talking about. She could be in a tree all the way to Don's work. Or if she was kidnapped, and she really was taken. She could be in a tree 100 miles away. I'm just saying it could be why she hasn't been found. And I don't know, because I'm not an investigator or a canine, but even if a canine barked at a tree, it doesn't mean they would look inside a tree. It just means that his scent picked up or her scent picked up on the tree. That doesn't mean she's inside a tree. Just saying. There were tree trimmers at Ben Hill Road the day she disappeared. Correct. That's what everyone was saying. What if cops don't want to search certain properties have pot growing on them, and since it's going to be legal in a few years, they aren't busting anyone intentionally? I don't know. Or in a basement far away. I don't think she's in a basement. Doubt Don Candace would keep her body on the property. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think she'd be on the property at all. I really don't. But hollers are vast, deep, and scary. She could have, yeah, believe me, we got lost in there, and that's what I was trying to tell you guys originally. Like, we got totally lost in there. I was like, holy fuck. Holy shit. Like, pretty, I don't want to be stuck here after 5. No, thank you. I want out by 5. After dark, I'm not getting lost in these woods, in these mountains. Oh, hell no. There's no lights. There's nothing. Finally, we got out. But yeah. Crazy. Crazy. So before we start, I just want to let you guys know that is my theory. That is what I think is super, super important, that we don't know where Summer is, and it's just a possibility listening to the Maynard case. When the Maynard case hit, I was like, you know what? Yeah, I've been camping. I absolutely think this is a strong possibility that she could be in a tree somewhere. You never know. Yeah, I haven't started yet. I'm about to start now. But wouldn't the tree give up? I don't know. I don't know anything about hollow trees. I think when it comes to Miss Kid, they overlook the pot on other properties. Oh, I don't know. I'm definitely a city girl, I know. I couldn't tell you one tree from the next. All right, let me go to Chris's channel. And you notice one eye is lighter than the other. I only have one contact in. I'm definitely not one to educate you on trees. That I can promise.
Aloha, everybody.
Aloha, Chris. Remember, Chris, this is fair use. You can't strike me. All right. I think Chris tries to reach too hard. Pot's not legal here. Yep. Alright, we don't need to see Chris's face all big. Alright.
I guess Hawaii's a little bit too far from you.
We just flee.
Outcome for Summers not looking real good, but we want to bring the case to a definite conclusion. And so I'm real curious and interested in coming to that conclusion. So the case that Chris is going to introduce, what we're going to talk about tonight, but it's going to be about Are you back, Chris?
Yeah, Steve, this is crazy. Sometimes how our mods, I mean, Miss Sophia, Bowie girl.
On that new course, the Essentials of Statement Profiling. That's my newest. It's the mini course. And if you click on that and go to checkout, there's a place to enter a discount code. And if you enter TIR on the Essentials course checkout, you'll get 20% off. It's already pretty cheap, but I'm giving it to everyone here on your channel for 20% off. And then if you want to continue on, you want the full course, which is the course we teach to law enforcement. There is another discount at the end of the Essentials course that you can enter in for that full.
Please tell me why a YouTube sleuth needs that course. I'll wait.
For the full course, the Getting to the Truth course. So normally that's a 3-day course, and so that'll make that Essentials course.
Behind Steve is either wallpaper or some kind of bricks, like shelving. Well, not real shelving, but it's like a fake wall because you can see white on both sides. So it's just like decoration.
Essentially free for you. So it's a great discount. There's some good stuff in there, and best course you'll ever take. I guarantee it.
Awesome. So let's have folks tell us where you are tonight, real fast, and then we're KC. Do you believe what we saw this week? I mean,
Chris, yeah. Mike, that's
a
mic drop moment for sure. With Grandus coming out and giving her statement, this is the type of thing that investigators salivate over for sure. These types of statements, and I just love that she sat down and answered these questions with the reporter, and every time a family member involved in the investigation speaks out, it gives us another piece of the puzzle. And this definitely was a big piece of the puzzle right here. So I'm excited. Thank you for having me on the show to address this. This is really...
Okay, there is no piece of the puzzle that this fit together. Now, again, as I said last night, I learned a lot tonight. I saw things differently that I didn't pick up. So I'm not downing them. But all this filler stuff got on my nerves. It did. I'm not going to lie. It just did. Because at the end of the day, they're still innocent until they're locked up. Until they're proven by a court of law that they did this and they are guilty, in the eyes of the law, they're still innocent. So let's not hang them before we need to.
Something that as an investigator at heart, I really do want to address this with you. So thank you for that.
Yeah, this is kind of... is this the gift that keeps on giving, right? As,
for sure. I was thinking.
And let me tell you, though, the fact that there were tree trimmers on their property that day is wild to me. That, to me, just lends more credence to what I'm saying. Just saying. Extremely biased.
In that same thing, it just keeps on giving.
I'm not lying. He can come up here anytime. Essentially, is the context of when, the sheriff came out from Hawkins County, Lawson. What say you about, do you see anything about anything in relationship to how law enforcement is handled?
Maybe, Lynn. I don't think so, but maybe. You never know. There could be beech trees there.
My sense is this has been right on target. I mean, there's a lot moving behind the scenes with, TBI, FBI, Hawkins County. I mean, these conspiracy theories, nuts, hogwash, there is so much going on with the feds and the card team and, TBI. I mean, Dave Roush was just up at the legislators, talking to him about Summers' case. He's probably trying to get more money. And, Lawson comes out the other day and the reporter asked, hey, did are you guys communicating with the family? And, could you, he comes right up and says, yeah, no, they're not cooperating. And they lawyered up.
Yeah.
from your experience, when you've had to do that, or your PIO on a caper you're working, what's the messaging behind that?
You know, I think that I agree with you that the way they are handling it is likely spot on. If law enforcement was giving out all the information they had, that would be a huge mistake for prosecuting this case in the end. And so they're handling it just the way they should. We've seen the same thing in hundreds of other cases, and you know, recently in the arrest of Larry Maletti, same thing happened there. You know, there wasn't a lot of information that was being divulged, and so that's the same thing with the Wells family. They're not divulging a lot of information, and you know, rightfully so, because you can't if you want to have a successful prosecution in the end. And so I like that we haven't heard a whole lot. And you know, Sheriff Lawson, he's not contaminating anything by coming out and saying that, hey, they're not cooperating. He answered the question, and you know, it just doesn't surprise me that that's his answer. So Chris, I like it, the way it's being handled. And I'll tell you what.
And it doesn't surprise me that a cop or someone that works with the cops is all, yeah, they're doing such a great job. They haven't done a fucking thing. How are they doing a great job? They literally haven't done a fucking thing anywhere. So how are they doing such a great job? That's what I want to know.
There's no way that Sheriff Lawson cannot work this case. There have been some people I've heard in the media say that, yeah, he's been derelict. He hasn't been working the case. He cannot work it. He has to be working it, because not only do you have TBI involved, but you have the feds involved. That puts a lot of pressure on Sheriff Lawson. He has to work that case. So he's working in conjunction with them. And I agree with you, Chris. They're looking for more funds, additional funds to get out and do the things that they need to do. And I hope those funds are given to them one way or the other, so they can keep going out and doing their searches. And anything else that they need to do. So I'm right there. I think it's been handled the way that it should be handled.
Yeah, and if we look at just as an example, you know, the West Boys in California, you know, Bakersfield, you know.
Damn, you guys missed my good joke. My good joke was, now all of a sudden they don't need money. Now all of a sudden they need money for searches. Well, let me know. I'll tell Natasha Cooper to raise some money for them, because she can raise money really fast. That was my joke, but you guys didn't hear it because I was muted.
You know, pick that around, you know, the family, everything just as a whole. And sure enough, you know, they ended up, you know, sticking it to the right parties, you know, yet everybody was, you know, pounding on them for, you know, what's taking so long. Well, and now we know that, you know, they had them in their sights. And I think we all knew that just as a whole. And I think we all know that the good news here with Summers' case is from an investigative perspective. And
excellent point, Deco Trash. Excellent point. Where's the media? Where's the major networks? The one reporter didn't even have her fucking facts right. She said that she went missing the end of the summer of 2021. I was like, what? So yeah, it's a good point. Wasn't that funny? I know, the first time it was funnier, but you guys didn't hear me. So sorry about that.
Just nailed it and just touched on it. Steve, is the fact that the feds are involved, and if there was ever any conspiracy or anything even close to that, okay, then, you know, you've also got the FBI on a missing child case participating, and that just defeats, you know, the whole purpose of the CART team, the whole purpose of Center for Missing and Exploited.
And I agree with him. I've said that from the beginning. But at the same time, you say that it couldn't be a conspiracy, and I agree. There's no big conspiracy going on. Candace and Don are not smart enough to be able to fool all of these people. They're just not. And what I don't hear from Chris or most people like Chris that are just, no offense, Chris, but that are just catering to their subs instead of actually being an investigator for a minute and looking at all the evidence. It's like he's just catering to his subs. And that is annoying to me. Because as an investigator, he knows all the things that I'm saying about innocent till proven guilty. There is no big conspiracy. Don and Candace and Grandus are not the smartest people in the bunch. So for them to be able to fool the FBI, TBI, the cops, the local police, state police, federal police, they're not that smart. And if they committed the perfect murder, then I'm impressed. And everyone should be impressed if they're that good. Because they did something that most aren't able to get away with, and they're probably as dumb as the rocks they sit on. So I'm not hearing any of that from Chris, and that bothers me.
For the children, I mean, can you imagine the scandal that would be internationally if FBI agents are participating in, mysterious children, and guys who are involved in it, who are cops? I mean, I think we've just seen too many movies as a whole.
Yeah, for sure.
And
it's not a matter of just making money off of a case. It's the fact that he knows better. He's smarter than what he's presenting. I know this. He's way smarter than what he's presenting. But he's catering to an audience instead of going with what he actually knows and what he's been trained and what he's taught his whole career. That's one of the reasons I don't like him. Because I saw very early on that he's just catering to the general consensus. Don and Candace are guilty. Now let's put all the evidence together to make them guilty, and we can fit in that narrative. That's what he's doing. I would love to debate this with him, but he'll never come on my channel for that exact reason. But I would love to debate my thoughts with him. So Chris, if you're listening, you're more than welcome. But he won't, because he knows I'm right.
so, let's support the agencies involved. They're nailing it. And I suspect at some point soon, there's going to be, some problems here. So over here, I think you have some very interesting observations. This comes on the heels, and we're gonna show that other video here in a minute with Grandma, and we're gonna talk about what she said. But this is the written word, to coin Don. But this is the gospel according to Candace. And I think you had a couple of observations you wanted to talk about before we kick into full gear here. What do you think, Steve?
Yeah, I can address this. The handwriting. I love when they handwrite, a statement, a little note like this. It allows me to not only analyze the words themselves, but to then counter-analyze with what I see in the handwriting. And there's a lot of different.
Okay, one thing I have learned, and one thing I know, handwriting analysis is very hard to do from one letter. You need to compare it with other letters. You need to compare it with other handwriting. A true handwriting analysis cannot be done on a person from one handwriting. It just can't, because someone could forge it. One of the things about handwriting analysis, and I know someone that does this, I've had him on my show. One of the things in handwriting analysis is it has to be consistent. It's not something you can get just from one. It's a consistent pattern throughout their writing style. Like everybody signs their signature. Even if you sign your signature differently, there's certain curls that you put in your name that you're going to have through all your things. If you're in a bad mood one day and you just sign fast, that's not going to be consistent with all of your other writings. Therefore, that's not going to be taken into account. So handwriting analysis really to be done properly, it must be done with more than just one piece of paper.
traits that come out in the handwriting, personality traits as well as other physiological traits within the handwriting. Handwriting is a type of body language, if you will. It's the micro muscles in our hand that are trying to portray what our brain is producing, and so it says a lot about us as we, when we look at the handwriting. And handwriting is used a lot. The analysis of it is used a lot more in the UK than it is in the United States. But I've used a lot in my investigations, and I've helped other agencies also with handwritten letters and notes and anonymous author notes and things like that. So I love it when they write something. This particular note, obviously the words that she wrote, the message is contaminated, meaning that this is not something that came from her own, what we call the free editing process, where she chooses what to write. She chooses the syntax, the context, the everything else, where she's going to begin and what she wants to talk about. This is contaminated, meaning that the reporter has asked specific questions. She's heard allegations, and she is responding to those questions and allegations. And so that is the context of this note. And it's all answering those, most of it is answering those allegations. So we have to keep that in mind. Therefore, an analysis of the words themselves, we're not going to get a lot out of that. We'll get some, but we won't get a lot. And I won't spend a lot of time on this, but I'll just point out a few things in this. And let me lay a little groundwork here. Our brain is a wonderful, amazing instrument within our bodies. And, our brain's default setting is to tell the truth. That's how we were created, is to tell the truth. And it's because of that the polygraph and other lie detection techniques and tools work. Because the brain was designed to tell the truth, when there is deception.
And I absolutely agree with him. And I forgot to get the exact statistic, but handwriting analysis is somewhat, I have to ask him what the percentage is that people, believe it, or how much it's used scientifically. I forgot if it was on the higher scale or the lower scale. I don't remember. Let me see if I can email him while I'm live.
There's stress in the brain, and it's, those wheels in our brain are moving lightning speed in a microsecond of time. All these different thoughts and things are coming out. And so our brain is very efficient and effective, and those wheels are moving at lightning speed. When there's stress from deception, it's like throwing a wrench in those cogs of the speedy wheels in the brain, and it creates this disruption, if you will. And so this will manifest in the handwriting when we speak from experiential memory, and we speak from, there's nothing that should interrupt that speedy process. The writing is smooth and it flows. And when there's that type of interruption, especially from stress or of deception or other things going on, you'll see a hiccup in the handwriting. You'll see mistakes. You'll see certain letters and words that won't look like they should. We can tell, not in the handwriting, all kinds of different things. Not only deception, but we can see sometimes mental illness and drug usage, and stress will appear in handwriting. We see there's signs of all kinds of different things that and I won't go into all the details, but there's just a ton of different things that we can see in the handwriting, of how a person feels about themselves, how they're feeling. We see suicidal indicators. We can tell when a person's feeling upbeat, when they're feeling in a depressed state, and a myriad of other things. So I was really excited when I saw that Candace wrote this note. And so, Chris, if you could put that note in make it larger like you had it before.
Okay. So, Steve, all this sounds good and well. However, science believe that a lot of experts in handwriting or graphology believe that it's junk science. There's no scientific evidence exist as of 2022 to support graphology, and is generally considered a pseudoscience or scientifically questionable practice. They find it subjective, and it is not given much weight. So prosecutors' opinions elevating handwriting analysis from junk science. It is not considered forensics. It is admissible evidence in court, though. So while he's given all this stuff that sounds wonderful, the bottom line is they consider it junk science. So that, to me, says a lot. He is selling.
And I'll point out a few things. And while you're doing that, the first one.
Yep. Hang on for a minute. Let me get it back up. Sorry.
Okay, it's all right.
Yeah, you're good. Okay.
Yeah, so one of the first things that I noted within the writing is there are indicators in the writing of not only, I see things that in there, particularly the spacing that changes. When you start seeing an increase in spacing, it means that our brain has paused in that thought process, but the hand is still moving. You know, we know we're writing and we have this idea of what we're going to put down on paper, and the hand will be moving. And yet when the brain stops, when the brain pauses regarding the thought process, which is what deception will do, it will create this spacing. And the deception comes out in different ways for different people. But once you recognize how it portrays in the handwriting for a certain person, it typically will always portray that same way for that same person. So it's just a matter of recognizing it. So obviously, you know, we see that there's a lot of erratic, I'll just call it erratic writing. In other words, it's not consistent. For example, that in the top line, that word never, you see how the E's are two different sizes, right? They're not the same. They should be the same. Most people can write, once you write an E, you're going to write the next E the exact same way. And when those E's keep changing, or the different letters, like the O's or the A's or whatever it is, when you have different size and different styles of the same letter, then that's called erratic handwriting. And it typically is that one of the reasons for that is that there's erratic thoughts in that person's brain. Another reason for it is oftentimes that is an indication, specifically within the ovals, the O's and the A's and D ovals and things like that. When those are different and we have that different size, that is often an indication of drug usage. This has just been something that has come out and been recognized in the handwriting for many, many years. And so that may be one of the reasons that we see this erratic writing in Candace is drug usage. And, you know, even if I hadn't heard anything in the past from her husband, Don, about, you know, Candace using any drugs or other chemicals or alcohol, you know, I would say it's a good possibility she's using drugs of some type. And so, you know, that may be a possibility for this. One of the other interesting things here is that, particularly because this is about, she's answering questions about lawyering up, and that's in that second line there. You can see the increased spacing between the no and the I and the have. You see how that spacing increased between those words. This could be a deception indicator. And also within that, the word lawyered, you see how she retraced within that Y. That's another thing, another indicator that her brain paused there. And so.
Okay, that I disagree with. I'm going to tell you why. She has the same amount of spaces here as she has here and 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 here. Like, she has spaces everywhere. So to only pick out here, no. Here it looks like she didn't retrace. She spelled something wrong. And she thought that she was going to go back and spell it right. I'm sorry, but there is a lot of consistency in this letter if you're looking at handwriting analysis. These searches are everywhere. So you're saying that she's not thankful for all the searches either? Every single E is different. There is not one E I found that is the same. So that could be drug use. That could be, you know, certain things that he's saying that I wouldn't know about. But the things that I do know about, every A is different. Like every single letter, she barely has one letter the same. That could definitely be drug use. That could definitely be what he's saying. But she also retraces her own name. So what does that tell you? You know, some letters are capitalized, some are lowercase. Like, there's certain things I agree with him. There's certain things I absolutely disagree, and I'm explaining why.
How does her? I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
How does her education play into what we're looking at?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So obviously, the word law enforcement in the top line is misspelled, and so I'm just going to note her education level could be obviously a factor in the spelling. Now, another factor could be that there's an argument that, well, if she hasn't had a lot of education, then she hasn't had a lot of practice handwriting. Well, I'm gonna tell you that there's parts of this handwriting that are pretty good, okay, and anyone can see that she knows how to write it. So I give her a pass for low education level, that some of the spelling is off, and that's where the education level comes into play when we see the things that are misspelled like that. But if I see within this.
Okay, he's saying that, hey, Willow, he's saying that she knows how to write. She has zero grammar. There's no grammar in here that's proper. She has half letters capitalized, half letters non-capitalized. She has capitals where they shouldn't be. Oh, I'm sorry. I see a comma where it shouldn't be. Her grammar is wrong. Her spelling is wrong. Oh, and I see a period. I can't see how you can say that she knows how to write. Yes, she knows how to write. I mean, so does a 5-year-old knows how to write. A 5-year-old knows how to write. So I gotta disagree here.
Sample of handwriting where she has written pretty normal, well, that's an indication to me that she can do that. She's capable of that. And so where I see that makes those locations where there are mistakes and other anomalies in the handwriting, that makes those even more significant. So things like this, the retracing and the Y, has nothing to do with a low education level. Okay.
Yeah. And
oh my God, the retracing of the Y is because she misspelled it. So she went back and respelled it. It's not rocket science. I mean, you can see there's a letter underneath it. She went back and she went to put an E and then she changed it to a Y. It's not that difficult. He's reaching big time.
This is an interesting comment real fast. And I want to just point out one of simple observations. Roxanne Macia says, at this point, CB is damn.
Because if you look, she does the same thing with the K. She went to spell something else and she went over it. You can tell that either she didn't know how to write a K or she went back and went over it because she was going to spell it wrong. It's not rocket science.
If she doesn't, you need to study multiple pieces of subject's writing to be able to definitively say anything more than the most general indicators. And not only that, and I'll let you, address a little part of that, but she is very streetwise. And this is where our experience comes in what we call parroting. On the next video that we're going to see, when Grandus is giving, her opinion of the lawyering up, she makes a sentence or she says something that's pretty interesting. And it is, I can't not speak for Don. And Grandus makes sure to say that. Look who parroted that comment.
Right.
So that in of itself is the gift that keeps on giving. So, we're talking about either the sheriff is lying or Candace is lying. So I'm going with the sheriff not lying, and I'm going with Steve's analogy right now. I don't think you need much more than these 10 lines or whatever they are of writing. So not to have interrupted you there, Steve, but I just couldn't.
Oh, while I think of it, Sarah, we'll go. I'm taking Sade Monday. Well, we're leaving Sunday, but I'll be in Tennessee on Monday.
I couldn't miss that opportunity as it presented itself.
Oh, for sure.
No, you missed it, Kathy. She said, I can't not speak for Don, which means that she's got to speak for Don. Yeah, he had 7,000 people watching.
Yeah, totally agree. And to the comment that was just made, I agree. The more handwriting you have, the better off you are in obtaining an analysis. And with what we have right here, all we can say is that at the time she wrote this, this is what we have. Okay, so it could change. She could have a totally different, maybe not be under the influence, or have a total not be under so much stress or whatever when she wrote something else. And so all we can say is that at the time she wrote this, these are the indicators that we see here. Things can definitely change. And I'll tell you what, handwriting does change when things in our lives change. And, we see this a lot in the progression of suicide. We can start to see a little bit of dip and low self-esteem. And then if that continues on, we can see the handwriting just basically fall apart. And there's a lot of examples out there throughout history of that happening, including in Adolf Hitler's handwriting. And so, anyway, that's a totally different thing. But in this particular,
and I think she's also pitching to Don in this statement here, because he's locked up, but he has access to TV, and it's the local TV station that shows her writing this on the notebook. Ansley, I think, is the journalist who got this interview. It shows her, taking film of a B-roll.
Right.
No, I get it, Lacey. I think it's important because, a lot of people look at Chris and Steve and idolize him. So there's a lot of us that see through the bullshit, and that's what I'm pointing out. Now, if you heard me last night, I'm going to say it again for the idiots in the back. Chris has 100,000 million more experience than I have when it comes to interrogations, investigations, and everything. I could never compare what I know to what Chris knows. Hands down. And you will never hear me say otherwise. And Steve, I don't know who Steve is, but I'm just let's just say both of them. But I don't believe that Chris is using his investigative skills. And I don't believe Chris is using his knowledge. And I think he's talking out of his ass. Because I'm saying everything he should be saying that he's not saying. But he should be. Because he has years of experience. And he knows what I'm saying is right. But that won't bring him views. So that's why he does it. That's the whole point of this.
Candace filling this out. But in here, I think she's also messaging Don, if in fact he gets a chance to see it on the news, that she's holding the line. She's holding the line out here.
Chris, that is an excellent point. And I totally agree with you that this is one of those ways that she is getting a message to Don. And I think she's hoping that he sees this, because they do need to stick together.
And I thought that was very interesting that people who have one in jail and one's on the news, they send like secret messages to them through the news reports. I thought that was very interesting. It's pretty smart, but very interesting.
Through this, and I liken this to sometimes we listen to jailhouse tapes, jailhouse phone conversations. Exactly. And how many times, Chris, have you listened to one and thought, this message is not intended for the person on the other end of the phone. This message is intended for me, the investigator, for all those that they know are listening to this recorded jailhouse phone call. And it's a message. It's the agenda or the narrative that they want us to hear. And so this is very similar to that. She's writing this, and that's, there's a great possibility. I'm not going to say that it's definitely that's the case, but it sure looks like this. And what we're seeing between Candace and Grandus is that you're right. It's that parroting. And so it kind of goes back to the scripting that we talked about last time.
You nailed it. You nailed it.
Yeah.
You nailed it.
That's what we're seeing here. I love it. It's very, very interesting from an investigative standpoint.
Yeah. And she's
not really,
because now she doesn't, have to, deny anything. She can let Don make the next move. See, let Don make the next move in jail. But I know you've got something really powerful that I think everybody's missed here. And so I'll let you keep explaining where you were headed. I apologize for interrupting you.
No, not at all. All great points. One of the biggest things that stood out to me in this handwritten note is the way that is what happened in her brain as she's writing her daughter's name, Summer. If you look at that closely, you can see in the U that her brain actually paused. It wasn't a smooth flow in writing Summer's name. There's some kind of hiccup there as she wrote Summer. Not only, Chris, do the M's not look anything like M's, whereas you can compare it to N's and M's and other parts of the handwriting. But if you will look at the U, you can see in that left side of the U how there's actually the pen balled up and on that stem, and you can see right in about 3/4 of the way down on that U stem on the left side, the pen balled up. That's an indication that the pen stopped. It hesitated there as she's writing Summer. And then it also is fragmented. See how the U, it comes out to an L, and then on that right side, it actually stops again and then comes up, and it has a little tick at the top. And there's these little ticks throughout her handwriting. We call these anger ticks. And you can see those throughout her handwriting. But this hesitation in Summer is just key for me. It's not a smooth flow. It's not something that I would expect. In fact, it's totally unexpected. It really caught me off guard when I saw that. And it really stood out to me that she actually had that hesitation as she's writing Summer. So one of the criticisms here from, we're open to criticism, right? Oh, for sure. I know there's going to be that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, okay. But this person says, come on, she's writing on a bumpy surface.
Okay. And that's a good point, because the surface does make a big difference.
All right. So here is her handwriting and something else. She always gives a lot of spaces. Her pen has double on the H, on the F, on the T, on the. There's no secret in the word the. There's no secret maybe in the word her. Myself, she also has a double trace. Her, T, she has a double trace. And once again, it's the exact same style writing. Big spaces, even with her address. She doesn't even know how to abbreviate Tennessee. Did he compare it with this? Yep, that's what I said before, Trito. But I'm saying that there's not that much of a difference. I mean, everything that he's saying of the O is double trace, it's just the way she writes. And he's saying there's no other, there's no other way. So I don't agree with his analysis, because everything he's saying is the same on here that doesn't fit his narrative. I mean, some of it does, but some of it doesn't. So, interesting though. Oh, too small.
In the writing. The great thing is just like Chris said, pointed out, this is on video. And so she's not only writing on a notebook, which has some padding on it, but she's riding on top of that truck that she's standing right next to. She's riding on that surface right there, which is a smooth surface. And so,
oh my God, have you ever ridden on the back of a truck? It's not exactly a smooth surface. That's not exactly a fucking, you know, a clipboard underneath. So I absolutely disagree with him there. Riding on the back of a truck is not a smooth surface.
if it had something to do with the surface, you would see that throughout the handwriting. You would have those hesitations or whatever it is, whatever, you know, that surface produced in the handwriting, you would have it consistently throughout, not just on one word. And so when I see the hiccup on one word, I'm going to key in on what.
I'll tell you how, because he's trying to sell a class. That's how. He's trying to sell his class. He's trying to get Chris views, and they're catering to exactly what the audience wants to hear.
What is that word? Well, it's her daughter. It's Summer. And so I know that there's this stress in her brain regarding Summer. Again, another argument. Well, her daughter's missing, and so she's feeling stressed about that. Well, okay, that's a good argument. But, you know, Summer, if she didn't have, if there weren't any of the other indicators that we've talked about at length, Chris, in previous episodes regarding Candace and the things going on in her brain, it indicates that there is some deception and there's some things she's not telling us, and there's some guilty knowledge about Summer's disappearance. And I think that's what's coming out here in the when she wrote the word Summer. And there's other indicators even below that. Look at the all and thank, and it's not thanks, it's thank for all the searchers. And look how she retraced that all. You know, that tells me also that I'm not sure that she's really thankful for all the searchers. And you think about it, she's thanking all the searchers that haven't found her daughter yet. And it's just an interesting point. And, you know, I'm not going to make some, what's that?
No, it's fascinating, Steve. I mean, the fact that
they are trying to sell a class. I was fascinated by this the first time I'm listening. The very first time I was listening to it, then at the last 5 minutes, they preached the class they're selling. And then I saw they preached it in the beginning too.
You know, she messes up her daughter's name. I mean, in terms of how you're describing it,
right.
You know, there could be more behind just what you're saying. That's what you're saying. There's, look, you know, I mean, we go down this list here. I can, you know, we've got the parroting there. I cannot speak for Don, and we, now she's using the pronoun we. Is that, is she talking for Don there?
Yeah, that's a strong pronoun, Chris. The we and the I's are very strong pronouns. And, you know, pronouns are one of those things that are instinctive to us. We learn them, some of the first words that we learn, and we use them hundreds of times each day.
Okay, this morning, I was lazy, and I told my patrons we don't want to get out of bed. I was talking about me and Fluffer. So if that's such a strong thing, then I must be in love with my dog, because I use the term we describing Fluffer. Just saying.
Without even giving them any thought. And so they flow out of our brain effortlessly. And so that pronoun is exactly what came out of her brain. And that shows unity and familiarity. And so in this case, she just wrote, can I speak for Dawn and we? It has to be the Dawn that we is including. And so what I see in that, the message is that Dawn, we are united in this. That's the message to Dawn. And it's also the message to the rest of the world that I'm not going to be alone in this. She's going to stick with Dawn. And it's typical that nobody wants to be alone, especially when there is some kind of guilty knowledge, which is what we have seen in the previous statements from Candace. And so very typical that they will bury themselves in with the crowd or with someone else. They want to be with somebody else. And in this particular case, Chris, you're spot on. It's Dawn, it's you and me, buddy. We're sticking together.
Yeah, we've got some, you know, there. Look at the clarity here. I see, you know, somebody mentioned that the word daughter before some.
Okay, Don and Candace are husband and wife. They should stick together.
Spelled correctly. And then there's a gap. Our daughter, when she's talking about Dawn, okay, our daughter Summer, looks like stress there, you said, right? And when she starts thinking about it, okay. Now, And that's all you've been saying here. Well, that when you go into that, her name, when she goes into it, that's a stress point, and that raises the level internally for her. But this is, and where I want to go now is I want to get into the meat and potatoes about Grandma's statement, because these two are, as we talked, I mean, they're kind of like cementing each other here with some of the comments coming out.
Well, they were the last ones to see her alive, just saying.
Candace doesn't want to talk to the media about her daughter. She'll write about her. Okay. Summer gets 11, sentences here, or whatever they are. I don't know how many there are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. 9 lines of communication, but she'll get, 1,000 comments on YouTube, but not about Summer. Okay. So now Grandma, I thought it was a brilliant to throw a knuckleball, and that knuckleball is, they're not cooperating and they've lawyered up, and immediately for the first time, Grandus takes it and steps up to the plate and, batter up. So I'm just going to play her initial response, and everybody see that I have this picture here, back here. This is Grandus's wheelchair. Okay. They've moved her. Now, isn't that convenient? Because they're going to talk all of a sudden about that day. Okay. And so, right out of central casting, sometimes, you're going to have to roll in the props. Okay. Because I know for the last 8 or 9 months or 8 months, she's been running around the country, i.e. back and forth to Wisconsin.
Kat, and I've said that 100,000 times. I preface everything with that, but that's not what they're doing here. They're catering to an audience. They're catering to what people want to hear, or the general consensus, because certain things Chris says, all I keep thinking is Michael Crow. Michael Crow and the dude from Twitter, Nomadic Trek. Let's not forget, Chris was convinced this was Brian Laundrie. If Chris would have used any of his investigative skills, he would have known that was not Brian Laundrie. I knew within 5 seconds it wasn't Brian Laundrie. So you can't forget that either. So his investigative skills, he's not using that. He's trying to build followers.
To her, whatever else they were doing back there. And now she shows up in a wheelchair back up at the top of the property. Okay. But what's interesting is this chair she's sitting in is a Coleman chair. So it's a regular fold out camping chair. Okay. So cut, let's move chairs. You come sit over here. Okay. Well, why doesn't she just stay in the wheelchair? Okay. I mean, and do the interview from the wheelchair. And her first couple of comments right out of the gate, we haven't heard from her. And this is the first time, and kudos to this journalist. She is really on the ball here. Okay. Because now we have another part of the gift. Okay. This is like the bow now. So we're going to take the bow off. We're going to take the bow off tonight. Yeah. Okay. And
Kat, do you know about Michael Crow case? If you're not familiar with Michael Crow, read up on what Chris did to him.
Even though it's really, really small, okay, the package, when you open it, it's like it's got a gas canister in it that just blows all this confetti out into the air.
That's right.
Right. Is that a good analogy, you think?
That's awesome. That's perfect. Yeah.
Okay. So she's asked, have you been talking, yada, yada, to the sheriff, because the sheriff called him out on it, and man, she's like, can you those two heard it. They watched the news and they were like, oh, we got to say something. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Platinum Blondie. A glitter ball. Okay. So glitter bomb, excuse me. So now here comes Grandus. Here comes Grandma to the rescue. She's been missing.
I sure did, Lacey. And I'll do it again.
Candace isn't talking to the authorities. I need to say something, according to the sheriff. And here's what we get.
No, ma'am. He can call me anytime. He can pull up in this yard and knock on my door and ask me any questions he wants to ask me.
How often are you in contact with law enforcement, whether it be Hawkins County Sheriff's Office, TBI, even FBI?
They have not contacted me.
Okay, so this is a international audience here tonight, almost 7,000 people right now on this chat. And I'll bet you not one person is from a foreign country, right? According to Grandus, you know, why would the FBI want to not go talk to them in any way, shape, or form? Okay. Over the 8-month period. Steve, what say you? Any thoughts?
Well, I love that question by Ansley. She asked, I believe it was, how often have you been in contact? Is that did I hear that right? How often have you been in contact with this?
Now, this is something that I was talking about last night that I said I cannot even believe I missed this, because they are so 100% right. What they're about to say, I really can't believe I missed this. And when I heard them say it, I was like, holy fuck, they're 100% right. Like, how did we all miss this?
Sheriffs.
Yeah, let me show it again.
Whether it be Hawkins County Sheriff's Office.
Any questions he wants to ask me.
How often are you in contact with law enforcement, whether it be
How often are you in contact with law enforcement?
Hawkins County Sheriff's Office, TBI?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so the question laid the context of the answer. We expect her to answer the question, and this response is priceless. She deflected. She didn't answer the question. She deflected, and what she said was, it was almost well, not almost. It took a defensive posture that they can contact me anytime they want to. Which tells us she just answered the question by not answering it. She hasn't been in contact with the sheriff's department, and this is her missing granddaughter, 5-year-old granddaughter. And I guarantee that if our granddaughter was missing, my wife would be all over that. Grandma would be calling anyone she could to get a response, to find out what's going on, what can I do, what's the next step, and keeping the ball rolling just in case things had slowed down, to keep the fire lit so that our grandbaby is going to be found. And she just answered that she hasn't been in contact with them.
Yeah, I agree. And that's by her choice.
Her choice.
Yeah, let's listen to the rest of this piece here, and then we'll break it down even further.
Yeah, even FBI.
They have not contacted me since the YouTubers were down here in the driveway.
So it's the only way the family gets contacted is if the YouTubers are in the driveway.
Why aren't they contacting law enforcement? When I caught that, when they said that, I was like, holy shit, they're right. They're totally right. Why is she not in contact? Why isn't she calling them saying, oh my God, where's Lauren? What have you found today? Did you find anything? Are there any new leads? I don't know. Why haven't they called? I don't know. So yeah, when you see me cover, I'm eating goldfish.
Okay. We're just going to let that sit right there. Nothing to say, actually. Just,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that it just solidifies that there's no urgency for them to contact the sheriff's office. And they're in response mode. They're waiting for something to happen for the sheriff that would necessitate the sheriffs or feds or TBI to contact them rather than them reach out to the authorities.
But in all fairness, like I said last night, it's possible that all these people keep telling them TBI will do their job. Everybody will do their job. TBI is going to do their job. Let the feds do their job. That may be why they're not contacting them. It's possible. I'm giving them, credit there.
She's in this defensive mode now.
Yeah. I mean, it's almost, well, they haven't contacted us, so we won't contact them.
Correct.
And I mean, I've worked a ton of these problems, and I never had a family whose child was missing not light that phone up? What did you find today? And we see evidence of that even with Brandy and little Michael Vaughn. I mean, I talked to the detective, and he's like, she calls me every day, and in this case, she's going to give us a little more information, which I think.
Yeah, but Susan Smith was guilty.
I mean, you and I talked about this behind, in the back room. I think some of this information is the game changer.
Totally agree.
So
yeah,
yep, and we're going to get there. I don't want to.
We asked him about trespassing.
So the only reason the FBI, TBI, Hawkins County Sheriff came to talk to them about the YouTubers was so they could ask about trespassing. So TBI, FBI apparently got a call, according to Grandma. You guys all need to go over to 110 Ben Hill Road. They have a question about trespassing, and there are people out front trespassing. Okay. Well, the FBI doesn't go to people's houses to talk about trespassing. They go to people's houses looking for missing 5-year-old babies.
Correct.
And going off of that, how often is Candy?
I think she's dumbfounded. She's like, what did she just say? And she's trying to word salad the next question. It's like, boom. Oh, that didn't make a lot. And even, this great journalist here is trying to go, where did that just come from?
Yeah, I totally agree. And hats off to her that she's asking the right questions.
Yeah, exactly.
Missing contact or anybody in contact with the agents working Summer's case.
Watch her eyes. She keeps looking, she keeps projecting. Okay, I'm already ahead of the conversation here. Are you grabbing that, Steve? That
yes.
She's trying to figure out, okay, well, what is she going to say and how am I going to answer it before she's not listening? She's not listening.
No, she has. Yeah,
go ahead.
She has a narrative that she wants to get across, and I agree, Chris, that she's trying to stay ahead of the game here. It's not going to work. We're going to hear it come up, but that's what she's going to attempt to do.
Yeah, and everybody, if you're just joining us here, we've got Steve Johnson. He's not only a forensic statement analyst, but a forensic writing analyst. And between us, we just think this particular interview is fascinating. And go over to Steve's company at truthtolies.com. It's running across the bottom. He teaches this not only to law enforcement, both on the federal and the state side, but he also teaches it to the private sector. If you're interested, you can sign up for some of his classes down there. So, her body language, I can't wait to see, some of the other folks take a shot at this because, I mean, look at her, just her, her grit. Okay. Yeah. It's like, I'm going to tell you, okay. We're not talking about, you don't talk about your granddaughter like this. Okay. You talk about, right. Everybody responds differently. We all get that. Okay.
Yeah.
I've worked hundreds of murders in my career. I get it. I've seen people, go from top to bottom and then in between. Everybody responds differently, but not 8 months later. Okay?
Correct.
8 months later, they're crying. They're still broken internally because now they're into that emotional impact of this could be permanent. Okay? And I'm not seeing any of that from her at all.
No, I totally agree. Totally.
And I agree with that, but you can't say how somebody else is going to react. If you look at the family that she's had, she could be numb already. There are people that lose one kid, years later lose another kid. They're numb by the time they lost their second kid. So I don't agree with them analyzing the way she's acting. Maybe she was taught you don't cry. Maybe she was taught you don't cry on camera. You don't cry to the public. One of the things, and this is where, Quinny, this comes into play. One of the things that, as an investigator, Chris should know this or would know this, especially because he's hit both sides. What I mean by that is, Michael Crow, is you can't judge somebody. I know there's certain factors to look at in an investigation, but how many interrogators can convince an innocent person that they did something? Marty Tankleff agreed that he killed his whole family. He killed both his parents in a very, very wealthy area. He was adopted. An investigator sat him in a room, and he was on my channel discussing this. Sat in a room for 17 fucking hours, interrogating him, convincing him that he killed both his parents, to the point that he finally just said he did it. And he gave details that he didn't do. So you have that scenario. Then you have other scenarios where if, they tell you to hire an attorney so the police cannot convince you that you did something. So when I hear Chris saying, if she, why isn't she showing emotion, or most people would have cried, he might be right overall. And he's probably is right overall. There's certain things investigators look for, and most of the time they get it right using the same technique. But there's a lot of times where they don't get it right, and using those same techniques doesn't work for everybody. So being that she's been through this before, if she would cry, and she would be another Susan Smith, sometimes you give too much emotion that gives you away, because cops look for that too. Cops are looking for any little thing or big thing that makes you guilty or that clears you. 8 months later, she's crying now. She didn't cry originally. So why would she cry 8 months later? She wouldn't. There's certain patterns that, a guilty person has or an innocent person has, which is why some are cleared instantly. But even those that are cleared instantly end up getting arrested, because in the end they ended up doing it. But far too often, it's just like teaching. No two people learn exactly the same. So if 90% of America are, not 90, 60% of America are educational learners, meaning they have to read. I forgot the actual term for it. But then there's another 40% that are hands-on learners. So if a teacher is only teaching a way to an educational learner, the hands-on people are not going to learn as much. It's the same thing. I don't know if I explained that right, but it sounded good in my head. But you guys know what I'm saying. That you just can't, it's just different. It is. It's just different. And the read technique may work 90% of the time, but you got that 10%. She may be taught, don't show emotion, because then they're going to think that I'm guilty. Now, I know I just rambled this on. I hope it made sense, because it made sense in my head. So there's that.
Agree.
In the beginning, they were here off and on all the time. But now I haven't heard from them.
Okay, so she starts, doing a lot of this. Okay, so that was her response to the sheriff. So I'm gonna now play it again, Steve, and then kind of tell me what you're grabbing here.
Do you have an attorney yourself?
No, ma'am. He can call me anytime. He can pull up in this yard and knock on my door and ask me any questions he wants to ask me.
And just tell me when to stop too, by the way. Sorry.
How often are you in contact with law enforcement, whether it be Hawkins County Sheriff's Office, TBI, even FBI?
They have not contacted me since the YouTubers were down here in the driveway. And we asked them about trespassing.
And going off of that, how often is Candace in contact, or anybody in contact with the agents working Summer's case?
I can't speak for Candace. In the beginning, they were here off and on all the time. But now I haven't heard from them.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't speak for Candace. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, and the reporter asked about Candace, how often Candace have been in contact, and her. And so she answered the question about, I can't speak for Candace. So I have to give her, she gets a pass on that one, because she just answered Ansley's question. But she deflected the question about how often she's been in contact with the sheriff's department. And she didn't answer it. and instead said, you know, they can contact, they haven't been here at all. And again, you know, they.
Kat, let me let you in on a little secret. The head of the TBI could not tell Chris anything. Chris is not an investigator. He is not a working investigator, and he is a YouTuber. The head of the TBI would tell him nothing. Nothing that can't leak to the public. Why? Because the TBI guy could get fired. That would never, ever, ever happen. They can't leak information to a YouTuber because right now Chris is nothing more than a YouTuber. He's not an investigator. He's not a cop. He's a YouTuber. The head of the TBI, doesn't matter if you're his wife. He's not giving you any information that has not been made public. Fact.
They can contact me anytime. So the urgency for her is not to contact them, you know, in contrast, like you said, with Mandy contacting the investigator every day. She has not.
Kat, not anymore. That was when he was an investigator. He's not. He doesn't do anything anymore. He's on his cold case foundation. It's just a foundation. He doesn't do anything for it. I mean, he's like on the board, but not what you're talking. What you're talking about, he did way back when.
And this has been, like you said, 8 months, and I noticed that, you know, when.
All right, let me ask you this, Kat. How come he's not covering the case then? Hey, if he's on all these cold cases or national TV, how come Dr. Phil didn't call him? He's full of shit.
When this reporter asked the question, Grandus shook her head, you know, like, no, there hasn't been any of that. And I know everyone, you know, I don't put a lot into body language unless I see it in conjunction with verbal indicators, which I have here, because she deflected the question. And so that makes that body language even more important. And if they put the two together, it makes that trait strong when we're profiling. And she's that deflection is a she did that on purpose. She deflected that. And, you know, and I say on purpose, but in her mind, you know, how often have you been in contact? And she doesn't perceive, it's her perception of how things should go. And in her mind, her perception is that she shouldn't have to contact them, that they are the ones that should be contacting her. But you and I both know, Chris, just like you said, in that current case that you've been involved in with Mandy doesn't wait for them to contact, and other people that don't have that need to be on the defensive, on that legal defensive stance. They are all over it. And I'm so glad.
He was on Dr. Phil because he called on the show to be on the show, just like every case he's ever been on. Outside it, he called to get on the show. Not that they called him and said, oh, you're an expert. No. Sorry.
Glad you're here. I've been wanting to talk about Summer. And let me tell you, I am.
Believe me, Kat, I've done my research on him. Heavily. There's not much about his life I don't know.
Contacted Sheriff Lawson and TBI. I've been in constant contact with them. And, you know, my hope is that we're going to find Summer and bring her home. And we don't have any of that here. And I think that's what your point was earlier as well. So it's disconcerting, and it's not.
Yeah, and we know. And we know.
There you go. Let's get conspiracy for a minute. The tree behind her. Why did she pick that tree? Is there a reason why she's standing in front of that tree? Think about it. Who picked the tree? Did she pick the tree? Is she in the tree right behind her? I mean, let's think real conspiracy here for a minute. If Grandus picked the tree, I think they should look in the tree.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I talked over you.
No, I was done. Go ahead.
No, we know in the very beginning that day, and you know, quite often afterwards, they were interviewed extensively. Grandma was, you know, for at least a couple of days. I don't know the total days, but I know it was, you know, pretty extensive. I mean, a 5-year-old child does not go missing and somebody does not get interviewed. So I can guarantee.
Okay, Donna Serafina is an idiot. All right? The girl is an idiot. I don't care what anyone says. I know I've listened to her. I couldn't take more than 15 minutes of her bullshit. Oh, well, it's possible it's this one. It's possible she's here. And then I saw a building and it's possible. Of course it's fucking possible. Anything is possible. So, yeah, I can't with that.
The card team had her and locked her into a statement early on. And I'm going to submit, based on what we talked about earlier, that statement now has become somewhat diluted based on what we're going to hear here and what you're going to break us into. Because it sticks out. It's so obvious that, remember Saad, right? Some other dude.
Dude. Yeah.
Okay. Right. So tell the audience when, you had a suspect back in the, who shows up at the station and they're like, hey, Detective Summers' disappearance.
Yeah.
Actually, if I see a question here, would she do a lie detector?
Spivvy, you have to see the whole beginning of my live because that explains where my tree theory came from. It's from another case. But you have to see the beginning and know the Sarah Maynard case, which is a case, I think you would really like the beginning of this live. That explains where the tree came from.
I don't have that answer, but what I'm looking at here, she doesn't want to do a lie detector because she already failed before she walked into the room.
Yeah, for sure.
Hang on for a minute. I'm getting a little thing here. Oh. That's
Thanks,
Am
Gal.
I choppy?
That was a long
guys?
time ago. That was in the beginning,
cool.
Chris.
Okay. Sorry, Steve. All right. Are you ready? So this is the question from Ansley at wjhl.com. Get over to their news channel, watch their material, and we thank them under fair use to play this show. This is a game changer.
Yeah.
She came out and took me into the ER because my leg was messing up on me, and we were afraid something was wrong with my knee. I have a knee replacement, and she was worried that there was something wrong with it, and she took me into the hospital, and I ended up getting a shot for it to get rid of the pain.
So this is not an appointment. That's the first thing in this narrative. She
Correct.
gets picked. Candace comes and raises the awareness on the bum knee and says, let's get you to the hospital. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, excellent point that this was, she says it was, Candace was concerned about it. And so Candace wanted to take me to the hospital. And so that's why they went. And she's, there's obvious sensitivity here because there's a lot of explanation as to why this happened. And then explanation upon explanation upon explanation, because Candace was concerned about it, because I do have a bum knee and because I have been hurting. And so I got a shot and I got some medication because I had to get the swelling down, and he gave me a prescriptions, for the pain. And I had to wait for the prescription. And so it's like one explanation after another, one to explain the previous one. And that shows us huge sensitivity about this trip to the ER.
Yeah, good point. And guys, if you're just joining with us, in the upper right-hand corner, you see wjhl.com. That is their channel. And they have this interview up there. Okay. So when we're done here, get over there as well and, take a look at it. But, Steve, something that really, stuck out at me also was, like you just said, this is not a planned, let's wake up 8:30. We've got a doctor's appointment. This is, like you said, Candace saying, okay, your knee, you need help. Let's get help. This goes against the narrative of her saying, I picked my mom up and we went to the hospital.
Okay, for those of you that are coming in late that don't understand the tree theory, I'm going to sum it up real quick. The tree theory came, I was listening to something last night that was about the Sarah Maynard case. In the Sarah Maynard case, the killer of her family, the police would have never ever found them if he hadn't told where they were. He hoisted them up and put them inside a hollow tree. Tennessee is full of woods. There's trees everywhere. There were tree trimmers on the property the whole week that she went missing. And it's what I said was, it is a possibility that maybe she's in a tree somewhere. Maybe they knew what trees were hollow and they put her in a tree, which is why there's absolutely no sign of her. That's where my tree theory came from. It has nothing to do with what Chris saying, but you have to watch the beginning of the live. I go through the whole Sarah Maynard case. That's where it came from.
Meaning, like, as if it was, okay, well, that's supposed to happen today. Okay. No, it wasn't, according to what Mom is saying. No, Mom's saying
Right.
just what you mentioned, and it gets even worse. Let me ask anybody in chat who's in the medical profession, if you do have a bum knee, what are the options? Can you put some of those options up in the chat here? I know we've got a lot of really amazing nurses, doctors, physical therapists, etc. What kind of shot would they give her to bring that swelling down? And then we're going to keep continuing to take a look at some of the things here.
They prescribed me to take to get this well inflamed. And then we waited around for my prescription. Summer went swimming that day.
Okay, we're already high to cortisone, okay, steroids. Wait, that's huge. Steve,
Hey, Chris.
Steve, I'm going to go back because I almost blew it. Go ahead. Yeah.
Did you notice how in her language there was this? We talked earlier about this pronoun "we" and how there was this unity,
Yes.
and she says something to the effect of, "We waited around for my prescription," or you'll have to back that up just a little bit to get the exact language, but it was this we waited around for my prescription. And then a separate thing, Summer was separate, and Summer went swimming that day. And it's like, it's just kind of hanging out there. It wasn't, we took Summer swimming, or while we were waiting, Candace took Summer swimming, or anything like that. It was this, it's almost a passive insertion that Summer went swimming that day. And it's just interesting how it's dangling.
So dovetailing into that thought that you just brought up there, is it possible? And you know, guys, if you're new to our channel, we're just thinking outside the box sometimes. Is it possible she dropped him off at the water pond with Hunter and then went to the doctor?
That
instead of the other way around.
Which, when Chris said that, I thought that was very interesting. But why wouldn't Hunter have said that already? But I did. I found that interesting. I said it was a possibility. But I did. I never thought of that. I don't think any of us thought of that. Is it possible that Hunter was there alone? Not that it makes a difference, because we know she was alive after, but it was just a thought. I thought it was pretty interesting.
Because she says, I think, and wasn't she supposed to be there? All of a sudden, everybody's there. Hunter, Grandma, Summer, and Candace at the water hole.
Right. But not according to Grandma's perception of reality. That's not what her words are saying. That is not the case. It is Summer. That is separate from what Grandma was doing. Summer went swimming that day, but Grandma wasn't there according to her perception of reality.
But we know Grandma wasn't there. That's why we all know Grandma wasn't there. She went to the hospital or something, or was dropped off, but I don't remember anyone ever saying Grandma was at the swimming hole with them. I don't remember that. I don't think they ever said it.
Awesome. I just love what this interview that Grandma's giving us here. It sheds a whole new light on that day. A huge point.
Okay, guys, you know, let's put our collective thinking process into this together as a community, and let's go back and listen to this again. And Steve, stop me so that I don't get too far. And I'm not going to say anything this time. I'm just going to listen.
Worried that there was something wrong with it. And she took me into the hospital, and I ended up getting a shot for it to get rid of the pain. And they prescribed me medication to take to get the swelling down out of my knee and around my knee, because it was inflamed.
So I don't understand, if they all said Grandus was there, then why do I believe tenfold that they never said Grandus was there? And I watched all the interviews. I don't know. I don't know why I believe she wasn't there. I don't know.
And then we waited around for my prescription. Summer went swimming that day. at the horse stables, I believe it was.
Yeah, that's a huge pause. And she swallows.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
she is.
See, but Spivvy, they're saying we're wrong. They're saying everybody said Grandus was there. I don't know. For some reason, I don't remember hearing Grandus was there, but maybe I'm wrong. Candace did say Grandus and her were looking at flowers at the lake in the interview. All right, then I forgot then.
Very careful what she's saying here.
Yeah. And Chris, also that comment, that last comment with that, after that huge pause, and she mentions the place at the, and I'm not sure exactly what that was. You might know, at the horse. To me, it's
The
like
horse stable. Yeah, that's the water hole. Mm-hmm.
What's it called?
It's a horse stable, but there's a water hole there. Mm-hmm.
That's what I thought she said, the horse stable. So.
Okay, because I was there, I can explain this. You drive down a road, there's like a lake with all these mountains and rocks, and it's beautiful. And then, like, let's say here's the road. All right, let me move this so I can really show you guys. Let's say here's the road. If you go to the parking lot to the left, you pull in to where I went live from. If you go a little further and to the right, there's horse stables. So when you're in the parking lot, you can see the horse stables. But then the horse stables go up and around and back, and you can't see those, and it's a dead-end road. But if you pull in the parking lot on the left and you went, 20 feet ahead and to the right is where the horse stables are.
But she said at the horse stable, I think it was, or I thought it was. And that tells us that solidifies that she wasn't there. She didn't know. This is what she was either told after the fact or heard after the fact or whatever. That was the story, but she wasn't there. And so we have now two huge things that indicate in her language, her perception of reality is that I wasn't there. This is what I think. This is what Summer did that day. And I think it was at this location.
Okay, so Spivvy is saying that it was never said by Candace or Grandma that she was at there while Summer was swimming. I don't understand how people couldn't see. That's what I remember too, Spivvy. But they're saying she did. There's a lot of people saying she did. I don't believe she was in the car now hearing this, but this is what Candace originally said. She said she walked Grandus to the water, but then she went back to the truck, but yes, she was there.
She's not there. So she's not, that Summer was not part of that. We waited around for my prescription, or it was two separate things. This is a huge portion of this.
Okay, now, but if I remember correctly, they went to pick up Hunter while she was waiting for a prescription. So they either dropped her off at home or she went swimming with them. But the prescription wait had nothing to do with the summer, with the swimming. Two different things.
This investigation right here.
Yeah, so Mama G says Warrior's Path, and that's what it's called. And then D. Irish says she questioned it. She questioned it, and from her perception, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to play it one more time.
On my knee and around my knee because it was inflamed. And then we waited around for my prescription. Summer went swimming.
Who's we waited around for my prescription? Right. So this is where you're, where you were going.
We was everybody. Even I know this. The we was everybody. They were waiting for the prescription. Then after they got the prescription, they went to pick up Hunter, or they picked up Hunter while waiting for the prescription. I don't remember which one.
Love it.
That day, at the horse stables, I believe it was.
Yeah, she's not sure.
No.
I believe it was.
And then we come back in.
But then she says, and then we come back. What's she doing there?
Well,
is she tying the narrative back into it?
Yeah. So that she says, and then we come back. And so that, and then is a form of a missing time. And then means time has passed. And when time has passed, that means obviously information has been left out in that portion of her narrative. That is one of the most significant forms of deception, when there is deception, is that people will leave out information because it's stressful to tell an outright lie, so they don't do it. That creates stress in the brain and in the body that transcends physiologically throughout the body, and it's stressful. And so the brain protects us from that. And so they will use things such as a time gap, a lapse in time, to leave out information. So her perception of reality prior to this is twice she according to her language, she wasn't there. This summer going swimming was separate from her being at the hospital.
Steph is right. Candace said everyone at Walgreens, because Hunter and Candace got the infamous call from Don that some man was at their home touching kids. That's right. They were all at Walgreens. You're 100% right.
And getting her medication. And it was a separate thing altogether that did not include her. Now, when she comes back and she says, and puts herself in it with a we, all I can say is that she is either somebody came back and picked her up, or maybe Candace went, like you said, Chris, picked up Hunter and Summer and then came back and picked up Grandma, and then we went to pick up the prescription. It's something like that, but it does not include her at the waterhole.
So and here's a hypothetical.
But it does include her at the waterhole. I'm going to trust you guys that you're giving me the right information. So Allie and Hunter said all that. Okay. So Candace, everybody put her at the watering hole. The timeline of events that I remember, yes, they picked up Hunter. Hunter called Candace, or Candace called Hunter while she was at the hospital. They went to the watering hole. They went and picked up the prescription. They were all together. Now, Chris may be onto something, though. Is it possible that she left Hunter? Now, think about this. Is it possible she left Hunter at the swimming hole with Summer and they went back to Walgreens to pick up a prescription? That's possible. It doesn't play into anything because we know she was alive after that, but it's just a thought.
Hypothetical. Let's say, the kids are left, i.e. Hunter, Summer. Hypothetical, don't know if it's happened, don't know if it's gospel yet. Okay? We're talking about investigative processing here, right? Steve, you and I know what that means. Okay. Right. So let's say the kids are there, she's at the hospital with Candace. They give her the injection, the cortisone. Maybe they're going to hit her with some, pain meds, of some sort. And now they get the pain meds, and now they're going to go pick up, the long-term, 30, 60, 90 day, meds or whatever it's going to be. But they got to get the kids. So they get the kids. I know they're at Walgreens because there is CCTV with a timestamp on it. And I'm aware of that. I've been told that and, spoke to very, very reliable sources. Okay. So this is when the call comes in from Dawn, while they're in the the Walgreens situation. But she doesn't mean.
Okay. Allegedly. Let's not put what a 15-year-old said as fact. Just saying, Chris, come on, you're smarter than this.
Mention any of that. I was out picking flowers, we were there, we were watching the kids with Candace, TikTok videos. This is kind of a denial statement, right? That, like you said, that I don't know what you're talking about, basically. That's what a normal person would say, right? What are you talking about, the waterhole? Yeah, I heard she was there, but I wasn't there. Okay.
Yeah. And so if you refer back to the language, remember when Candace is at the waterhole and when we went over that part of her statement, that there was that convincing language in that Candace had regarding the waterhole. It's as if it was almost as if she was saying, if you don't believe me, I was here. Look, I made a TikTok video and we did this and that. And it's this convincing language that this actually occurred and that she was there. Summer may have been there at the waterhole. There's nothing that says that Summer wasn't at the waterhole. Right. It's just that it wasn't like Candace says it was, portrays that it was, that they were all there the whole time. It didn't happen that way. We know that. If nothing else, you can't deny that Grandus was not there at the water hole.
Okay, maybe I missed something because I was talking or eating goldfish or talking to one of the kids. Why is he convinced that Grandus wasn't there? Did she say she wasn't there? Because I don't remember. Did she say she wasn't there? Or did she say she was there? Because they're saying she wasn't there. Why are they saying she wasn't there? Help me. Help. I've been saying that. See, Chris used this family. Oh, absolutely, Spivvy. 150%. She does not say she is there. All right. I did listen to it, but now I forgot.
On my knee and around my knee because it was inflamed. And then we waited around for my prescription. Summer went.
Who's we? Waited around for my prescription. Right. So this is where where you were going. I love it.
That day at the horse stables, I believe it was.
Yeah, she's not sure.
No.
I believe it was.
And then we come back and.
But then she says, and then we come back. What's she doing there?
Well.
Okay, but she's also saying she was there. She's not saying she wasn't there. She said she was there. Okay.
Is she throwing the narrative back into it?
Yeah. So that she says, and then we come back, and so that and then is a form of a missing time. And then means time has passed, and when time has passed, that means obviously information has been left out in that portion of her narrative. That is one of the most significant forms of deception, when there is deception, is that people will leave out information because it's stressful to tell an outright lie, and so they don't do it. That creates stress in the brain and in the body that transcends physiologically throughout the body, and it's stressful, and so the brain protects us from that. And so they will use things such as a time gap, a lapse in time, to leave out information. So her perception of reality.
Okay, and this is where I say, this is exactly where I say that 90% of the time he might be right. I don't think he's right in this scenario because she's not saying anything different than what has already been said. There's no oh wow moment. There's no aha. There is in another part, but not this part. She's saying she was there. Just because they don't believe she was there is not their fault. It's not her fault. Just saying. And when I'm in pain, I don't remember details either. I don't think of anything, especially 8 months later.
Prior to this is twice, she according to her language, she wasn't there. This summer going swimming was separate from her being at the hospital and getting her medication. And it was a separate thing altogether that did not include her. Now, when she comes back and she says, and puts herself in it with the we, all I can say is that she is either somebody came back and picked her up, or maybe Candace went, like you said, Chris, picked up Hunter and Summer and then came back and picked up Grandma, and then we went to pick up the prescription. It's something like that, but it does not include her at the water hole.
So and here's a hypothetical. Let's say, the kids are left, i.e. Hunter, Summer. Hypothetical, don't know if it's happened, don't know if it's gospel yet. Okay? We're talking about investigative processing here, right? Steve, you and I know what that means. Okay. Right. So let's say the kids are there. She's at the hospital with Candace. They give her the injection, the cortisone. Maybe they're going to hit her with some, pain meds, of some sort. And now they get the pain meds, and now they're going to go pick up, the long-term, 30, 60, 90-day, meds or whatever it's going to be. But they got to get the kids. So they get the kids. I know they're at Walgreens because there is CCTV with a timestamp on it. And I'm aware of that. I've been told that and, spoke to it.
Okay. So there's CCTV at Walgreens. So you just answered your own question. That's the we. The we is they were together. That's who she's talking about. This is why it was little things like this is why I say he did this for an audience. He did not do this with investigative skills, because investigative skills would say, okay, they were all there. That answers who we is. It's not rocket science.
Very, very reliable sources. Okay. So this is when the call comes in from Dawn, whether in the the Walgreens situation, but she doesn't mention any of that. I was out picking flowers, we were there, we were watching the kids with Candace, TikTok videos. This is kind of a denial statement, right? That, like you said, that I don't know what you're talking about, basically. That's what a normal person.
Kat, I love you, and you want to know why? Because you want so desperately to believe that Chris is on top of this, he knows what he's talking about, and he's using his power. I think that's funny. So I love you for that, Kat.
Would say, right? What are you talking about, the water hole? Yeah, I heard she was there, but I wasn't there. Okay.
Yeah. And so if you refer back to the language, remember when Candace is at the water hole, and when we went over that part of her statement, that there was that convincing language in that Candace had regarding the water hole. It's as if, it was almost as if she was saying, if you don't believe me, I was here. Look, I made a TikTok video and we did this and that. And it's this convincing language that this actually occurred and that she was there. Summer may have been there at the water hole. There's nothing that says that Summer wasn't at the water hole. It's just that it wasn't like Candace says it was, portrays that it was, that they were all there the whole time. It didn't happen that way. We know that. If nothing else, you can't deny that Grandus was not there at the water hole.
Yeah, because she's pulling herself out of it.
Yeah.
Interesting. Guys, throw some red flags up on this. I think this is a curveball, but the bigger one's coming.
Yeah.
I went in my camper, and after we brought my groceries in for me, and the boys helped with that, and of course Summer. And
hold up. I don't think we can pass that up.
No way. Yeah, go. I can't wait to hear you.
Yeah, I mean, you heard it, and I'm sure a lot of other people heard this too. That Summer was an afterthought at this point in time. This is part of the narrative, and it's just like, oh yeah, they of course she said they helped me put my groceries up, and of course Summer. It was let me make sure I get that in there, because that's the narrative, that's the script, and I have to be sure to get that in there. But it was total outside second thought. It was not part of the original. They helped me put up my groceries. If that really happened, she wouldn't have to include that after the fact. And of course, Summer, she wouldn't even have to include that. In fact, if she hadn't said that, we might have just assumed, because that's the way the story was portrayed to us, given to us originally, that Summer was there. But the fact that she said, and of course, Summer, Chris, that tells me that 99% north that Summer was not there at that particular time helping to put those groceries away.
Yeah, and there's probably 1,000 things that we could think into, but we're not there yet. Of what are theories, right? I mean, you and I both we're on the same page that it could be an accident. We're not sure if it's the water hole. We're not sure if it's stairs, playing hide and seek outside. Just the category of an accident. Okay. The second part, I'm not convinced, and this is my opinion. And you may have a different. I'm not convinced at all that this is a stranger abduction. It could be, I know for a fact internally, if it is something that was off of that property, it's somebody familiar to that property, that the
Chris,
the boys helped with that, and of course Summer. And I laid down and went to sleep, and I got up and I was sitting in my doorway.
Okay.
Like,
what did we just hear? Right. Did you not fall off the chair when you heard that?
Oh my gosh. I could not believe it. Chris, I mean, and I don't know if Candace was standing nearby, and if Candace caught this, she might have just fallen over. Like what in the world did you just do, Mom? This was totally outside the narrative that has been pushed by Candace this whole time. If you go back and listen to Candace's story, there was no mention of grandma falling asleep, grandma taking a nap. And so now by Grandus saying that she laid down and took a nap, it totally refutes Candace's story of her timeline of how things played out. This is extra time. And Chris, I'm with you. This is just like this is the mic drop moment in this whole narrative that Grandus and Candace are laying down. It breaks it apart. And so now the question is, well, was grandma actually asleep, or did it happen the way that Candace said? And if Grandus was asleep, then what happened in that time frame, that time period that she was asleep, that Candace has left out, that she's not telling us? And another possibility, Chris, is that for me, reviewing hundreds of homicide statements and other case statements as well, just not only homicide, but the number one alibi that people will give is that I couldn't have been involved because I was asleep. I was asleep and I just woke up, and so don't look at me. And so that could be part of this. I'm not quite sure. It doesn't really matter at this point in time. Later on we might dig in a little bit deeper into the weeds in that, but at this point it just totally blows apart this whole narrative and the timeline that Candace has laid down. Now, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, this was for me now, because I've been waiting to hear her. This solidifies, the deception on the groceries in terms of, that, because remember, we're down to 2 to 10 minutes, according to Mom, that she was out of sight. Then, went in the house, did all the things that we all know, that we've all heard. Okay? And now grandma shows back up after being, told by the sheriff, essentially, oh, they've all lawyered up. And she grabs it and says, well, I need to say something. And to your point, Candace is there and she's probably going, what are you doing? Yeah. And Mom, is realizing, well, I've just drifted off the script here. Okay. Because I've inserted myself back into the trailer, into bed. Okay. Well, and what's Mom doing? And where does the 2 to 10 minutes fit? She just
See, I also kind of think, just a thought, but I also kind of think that as an investigator, it's very frustrating when people are not giving you telltale signs. So I think they're looking for those telltale signs, because her taking a nap is not so mind-blowing that, oh my God, this is the end-all be-all. Like, okay, so maybe Candace didn't know she was sleeping? But it does play into effect, because Candace said after the boys were, if I remember correctly, after the boys helped bring the groceries in, she had to help Mom with her knee. I don't think there was a time span.
Fears. Is this also the real part? What is fiction and what is truth? Maybe she does go into the house with Summer, and maybe Mom is sleeping in the camper, but it's not 10 minutes. And that means Summer's doing all kinds of stuff. And it's not, where's Summer? Oh, she's downstairs playing with her toys, Mom. Okay. I see more of that fitting into the scenario potentially of, Mom, we're outside, playing hide and seek. Okay. All right. We'll keep an eye on your sister. Okay. I don't know. Maybe we're going to wake up one day and, TBI is going to say, here's what happened. In fact, I would, I'd put a bingo card on that one.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Okay. So, let's listen. After we brought my groceries in for me, okay. Big time pause there. She's thinking, am I off base there, Steve? Or is she going deep?
No. That pause is significant because
So I'm going to tell you guys the same thing that I told Patreons after I watched this the first time. So what happens if they're wrong? What happens if it turns out that none of them are guilty? Does that mean that every single thing they're saying, they're idiots? Does that mean that every single thing they say, their whole careers are blown? Or are they just going to say, okay, we were wrong? That's what I keep thinking every time I listen.
Chris, truthful people can tell what happened forwards and backwards very quickly. There's that recall, that memory, all the neurons connected when an event occurred, and chemical release in the body, and all kinds of things happen, physiological actions and responses and occurrences within the body, and all those neuron connections. And so when we recall something that happened, especially
Kat, let me tell you something about Chris. Chris will never apologize. Chris has not even apologized to Nomadic Truck yet, or Micro. He'll make excuses. He doesn't apologize.
Something as significant as this day, because this is, I mean, a hugely significant day. And so she's going to remember all these little details. She can recall.
I agree.
And so that pause tells me that that's significant for me as an investigator, as an analyst, that there's something that interrupted that speedy process of the brain, and it caused that disruption. And so typically that is when she's trying to think about, typically it's deception, Chris, to be quite honest. I see that more when there's deception. And so she's inserting that as a second thought, an afterthought. And Summer, of course, that we in the beginning about taking the groceries in, and they helped me bring my groceries in. That's those pronouns just flow out of the brain with no cognitive effort, no thought. They're instinctive. And so that interruption, and then adding and Summer, of course, oh my gosh, Chris, for me, that is a huge deal. So you are spot on regarding that big old pause, how significant it really is. It's hugely significant.
Helped with that, and of course Summer.
I'm just going to make myself some tea. Hang on.
And
oh yeah,
I laid down and sleep, and I got up and I was sitting in my doorway, and we come out, and
so I was sitting in my doorway and we can't come out.
Yeah.
I mean, is this Candace with her?
Somebody's with her.
Somebody's with her.
I don't know if Candace went and woke her up, but somebody was there with her, because that we is very strong. And like I said, it's just, it takes no thought. It indicates definitely the presence of somebody else inside that trailer coming out with her.
Candace asked me what I was doing. I said, well, we got to transplant these little cactuses.
Is she with Summer? And Candace comes out of the house. What are you doing? And well, we got to transfer these little cactuses. I mean, is she referring to Summer, and Candace is referring that's Candace who entertained the idea with Grandma to get, Summer involved? I'm a little confused here. I'm going to go back here just for a second.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I laid down and went to sleep, and I got up and I was sitting in my doorway, and we come out, and Candace asked me what I was doing. I said, well, we got to transplant these little cactuses into bigger pots. And we did that, and then
I think she's talking about Summer, because we've got to transplant these little cactuses, and we did that.
Well, I'm not sold on that.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not going to take it off the table, but in her language prior to that, the fact that when she brought Summer in there with the groceries as an afterthought. And so I have to say, well, Summer wasn't even there with the groceries. So if that's the case, then Summer has not entered into her perception of reality and was not there when she went and laid down. She didn't say that Summer came in and woke me up. Summer, in her language and her perception of reality, was not in that trailer. She didn't say that. The only person that has entered into her statement is Candace. And she did say we came out, but I wonder, is that Candace coming to wake her up? Because Candace is asking, well, what are you doing? And Chris, we have to keep in mind that also there is still the narrative. There still is the script, right, the parroting that Grandus needs to go by. And so it would take a little bit more time to decipher which part of this is the script and which part of it is experiential memory. There's two different things. And I know that if we took quite a bit of time and dug through the weeds, we would figure that out. We would decipher which one is script and which is experiential memory. We can do that. But at this point in time, the only person that's there that she mentions is her and Candace. So I'm thinking that this is not Summer, because Summer has not been in her perception of reality up until this point in time, and still isn't. And so,
right. Okay, yeah, I love it. I mean, this is fluid. This is fluid. I love this. Guys, this is what investigations is all about right here. Just beating it, and then all of a sudden the evidence just screams, and it's there. Yeah. It's undeniable. It's just undeniable at that point. So, but I think we can all agree now, Grandma has put herself sleeping inside of that trailer post. It sounds like picking up groceries, even though she skips over that. It sounds like there are groceries involved in here, or it's, well, there has to be, because there's milk jugs, but that we don't know when that picture was taken. The area it was taken, and the timeline sounds accurate. At this point, Grandma says, and it makes sense, because, we've got some medical folks here that are, and I agree that, she's got some type of opioid on board for pain meds. And if they, shot her with cortisone, she had to get home to get that thing off of get off of her knee. And Candace says, yeah, I adjusted and fixed her brace. So yeah, let's keep going. This is pretty fascinating.
Summer come in and had a piece of peppermint, which is her favorite. And then she went in, she said, Mama, I want to go play with the boys. Candy walked her back to the house, and
hey, Chris,
she asked the boys to keep an eye on her. And
yep.
So that part right there, I think is, first of all, Summer came in and had a piece of peppermint. And the next statement is convincing. If you don't believe me, in essence, she's saying, which is her favorite, I think she said. And it's part of the convincing. All she had to say was, Summer came in and had a piece of peppermint, or Summer came in and had a piece of candy, or whatever. But she added more to it, which is her favorite. So that's convincing language. And then what did she say right after that? I don't know.
Let me play back. Yeah, 30, just a couple seconds.
And then she went in, she said, Mama, I want to go play with the boys. Candy walked her back to the house, and she asked the boys to keep an eye on her. And
she stopped mid-sentence. She's, she stopped with, and I really don't know what happened, so got to go to the script real fast. So hang on.
So
Scalp, go ahead.
No, the point where she says, and Summer says, yeah, exactly. Mom, I want to go play with the boys. That's script. She's quoting what Summer said, which is okay to remember the quote and the last things they say. I like that. But she's in the moment. She didn't say, I believe, maybe you might have to rewind this, but she's in the present tense. Summer says, which is present tense, meaning that's part of the scripted language, especially when we hear her using past tense, and then all of a sudden she slips into present tense. And I may be off base here. I think that's what she said. I don't think she said Summer said, but it's Summer says. And so, Mom, I want to go play with the boys. That's not typical 5-year-old language. Mom, I want to go play with the boys. That is exact. That's the parroting and the scripting that we heard from Candace's story, which Candace previously told us. And so,
why does she have to ask permission to go 15 feet?
Right.
Yeah, you don't. I mean, I was there. It's literally 15, 20 feet. Why is she looking up saying, hey, but she can, disappear another 15 feet into that dungeon and nobody says anything. Where's Summer? Oh, she's down in the dungeon, Mom. Okay. But she's got to ask from Grandma's trailer over to the house. I want to go play with the boys. Not, I'm going to play with the boys. Right. To your point. Right. So let's listen to that.
Right.
Candace asked me what I was doing. I said, well, we got to transplant these little cactuses into bigger pots. And we did that. And then
see, that's the one part I found extremely interesting, is that he's right, though. A kid is not going to say, can I go play with the boys, unless she's like an abused child. It's just not going to happen. Sorry.
And she said, Mom, I want to go to the board. She asked to keep an eye on her, and that's the last time I seen her.
Yeah, she's saying N. And
Tell me when you first realized that someone was missing, what was going through your mind, and what was it like here?
To be blunt, it was hell. I mean, and I apologize, I'm blunt.
Candace was not arrested. I looked.
let's say you on that. I mean, I was like, you're talking about your 5-year-old granddaughter. You know, I love the dog barking in the background back there too, by the way.
Yeah.
Perfect timing. Go ahead.
Yeah. So this thing, to be blunt, it was hell. Well, I want some more. I want more detail from her about what was going on. You know, what did they do? What was describe this hell? I mean, most people are gonna. I mean, think about this, Chris. How much description did she give us about what happened at the hospital, about getting her injection and medication and then waiting around, versus this right here? You know, what were your emotions? What were your thoughts right here? Well, Chris, people don't like to lie about their emotions. They don't want to leave them out. Most people are, they can't contain what their emotions were. And because emotions are powerful. And that's one of the easiest.
Okay, all you doubters, let's read Granny Goose's comment. For the record, beach creek implies beach trees. Trees look like beach trees on property and near it. Beach trees are often hollow according to the interwebs. Thank you. You have won best comment of the night. Thank you, Granny Goose. All you non-believers, let's hear that again. Beach creek implies beach trees. Trees look like beach trees on property and near it. Beach trees are often hollow according to the interwebs. Thank you, Granny Goose.
These things to recall what your emotions were. And so she says, to be blunt, it was hell. And she immediately refers this to her other daughter, who's also missing. Is it Rose, I believe? And
yeah, Rose.
So this is a referral statement to her other daughter.
Kat, as a matter of fact, he actually worked on that case. I don't know how involved he was, but he went in as a, I don't know what he did, but it's in his profile that he helped with that case. But he obviously didn't get anywhere.
If you don't believe me, it was hell. Look, I have this other situation and it was hell. So you should believe me that this one was hell as well. And Chris, I'm not saying that it wasn't hell. I think it was. But what I'm saying here is that there's information that she is not giving us about this situation with Summer. If this was emotional hell for her, there would be a myriad of things that she could and should and would naturally just blurt out and tell the reporter about what happened that day to cause those types of emotions for her. And she didn't do that. She referred, and she wants us to assume it for her because I have this other daughter that's missing. You should believe me that this was hell, but yet I'm not going to tell you exactly what happened that day. So that's what stands out for me about that.
Yeah, and I can speak with authenticity as a parent who has lost a child.
Okay, on photos of the property, there's a photo of a tree trunk downed and it's hollow. I always wanted to make a neat shelf out of it. So there might be something to this. You know what, Rocco? I've never believed in calling them, but I think I should. I really want to tell them, look up the Sarah Maynard case. Maybe it's something like that. That's not a bad idea.
And I remember every second of that event. You know, believe it or not, I was in Disneyland when they called me. The cops called me and said, Mr. McDonough, you know, this issue, blah, blah, blah. They had to verify it was me. And then they told me my son had passed away in an accident. And it just blew my mind. I mean, I cannot tell, what I can't tell you is how exactly I left Disneyland. I can tell you what gates we went through and all of that emotional time frame just sunk. So when I heard this from her, I measured it against my own experience and thousands of other parents and grandparents who have gone through it and just came out of it going, wait a minute, that's the club nobody wants to be in. And those that are in it, I think we all experienced the exact type of emotional trauma. So you know, I didn't mean to interject my own experience into this, but I had to, based on listening to you, you know, kind of measure her off and thinking, yeah, you know, Steve is 100% right. Okay. Why does I, why do I alcohol? Yeah. Political. Okay. By the way, that's all gone. Thanks, Danielle. You're gone.
So Chris, what
Bye-bye.
your point is spot on, because you know how that plays out. You know what it feels like, unfortunately. So when you
I got one better. I can go there personally on Monday and let them know personally. There you go.
you heard this, it confronted you. It was a brash confrontation that did not feel right, and there's a reason for it, because what you experienced is human nature, and like you said, members of that club know what that type of human nature is like, how you naturally respond to that. And so when you heard this, it was like, wait a minute, this does not fit. She's not in that. This is not part of that club, because there's more to it, and this isn't it. This is scripted, deceptive language right here.
Yeah.
This is not language from that club, and so it's a perfect example of how that confronts you, and that's a big part of what we do. It's human nature, and when things don't sound right, don't smell right, don't feel right, there's a reason why, and that's what we're doing here, is pointing out, well, yeah, there's a reason why, and it's because it's human nature, and so the linguistics are human nature played out linguistically, and there's a reason for it. There's a reason why it sounds truthful or it doesn't sound quite right, and so we're just enumerating why it doesn't sound quite right. It didn't fit.
Yeah, and you know, obviously my sweetheart, you know, she pegged it, you know, more so than I did, obviously, right? So let's keep moving. We're grateful for everybody here. We got 8,600 people and almost 8,700 people in chat still. So we're just getting to some really cool stuff here, and we're almost done in a little while.
As everybody knows, I have a missing daughter. She's been gone for 12.
He has 7,500 and I have 275 or 8,500. That's a problem.
Years. And all I can say is, how God, not again. And I couldn't do nothing but cry. And we yelled for her, and we yelled for her, and yelled for her. And we could not find her. Candy was in hysterics. And we never did find her. She called 911, and she called Donnie, and...
Now she's shaking her head no during all of that searching efforts there, and talking about the 911 call and calling Donnie. What are you grabbing anything out of that? What comes?
Yeah, I absolutely am. She said, she just described what they did when they found out that Summer was missing. She said, we yelled for her, and we yelled for her, and we yelled for her, and we never did find her. That's all they did. And then she describes what Candace did. Candace called Dawn, and I don't remember the other parts. Of too much. 911. And there's no other talk about. The only other talk is going to be coming up here shortly. They send the boys down to the creek, I think it is. That is the only mention of anyone doing any searching whatsoever for Summer. Other than that, it was just yelling, and that's it. That's the only description of searching. And I just submit to you that she's telling us how that day played out according to what her perception of the events were that day. And it paints a vivid picture, Chris, that there wasn't any searching going on. It was just yelling for Summer.
Well, you know, and there's also to dovetail into what you're saying, she's sitting against Summer's tree and she's pointing straight across. So she's pointing where all the vehicles are parked. And then there's a steep cliff basically. It's not a cliff, but there's a steep hill that goes down to the road. And this is where all the guys were, you know, trimming the trees off of the power lines, right? And the reason we know that is because down at the bottom to her left, where that bicycle is, that's the exit out. So when she was describing that, she pointed down the hill. Now, what's interesting about that is Don, when he went to the shed, well, if you go down that hill and turn to the left, that's where the shed is. Down there. And Dawn somehow says, yeah, I see the boys down by the creek down here when I pulled up. Okay, so he doesn't come up to the top of the hill. He goes down to the bottom where the shed is. And then what's really interesting is Candy or Grandma here makes a comment about what. Okay, let's check this out. Right, let me back it up here for a second.
Hysterics. And we never did find her. She called 911 and she called Donnie, and we sent the boys down over the hill, and I stood in front of over by the edge there and watched them, and was praying to God every minute that nobody would take them.
Pray to God that nobody would take them. So she's in her mind while they're searching, they've already decided she's been taken.
Correct. Good point. Yeah.
Right. So the narrative had already been written. And this is why I think Donnie on the way home, i.e., or if he ever was away, I mean, I think he was at work at some point, but it's possibly could have been home too.
Right.
And we have the discrepancy of where the boys were. But in this narrative here, we're hearing her say, yeah, I watched them over the hill, but she's got a bum knee that day. In fact, in this video, she's sitting in a wheelchair and another safety chair for the.
Wyoming, but you know what the sad part is? And I absolutely agree with you that you should be interactive. Look at someone like Chris, barely looked at his chat. Probably made $5,000 on this stream in super chats and memberships and everything. Think about that for a second. And he doesn't even fucking interact at all.
This is why I said enter the props.
Okay.
But
Good
that
point.
day, she was just at the hospital in the morning. And now she's waddling around, okay, and is down monitoring the boys over the hill when there's all this brush in there. So I don't know, something's not right in River City on that one.
No, I totally agree.
There was no sign of her.
Do you believe that someone took Summer, or do you believe that she wandered off? What do you believe happened?
I believe somebody took her. I know people say it doesn't happen, but it does happen. It happens in small towns. It happens in big towns.
What people say it doesn't happen. Why that?
Well, number one, there's a couple different things. She's number one addressing what she's probably heard. You know, the obviously the backlash from people saying that didn't really happen. That Summer wasn't taken. She could have watched your show or married to other shows and things posted on social media, or just talked to Candace or whatever it is, and you know, got the feeling or the knowledge that people aren't buying that story, and so she's addressing that. But it's also a convincing statement. It's convincing that this did happen. And she's taken everything else off the table. That you know, anything back if we back up a little bit, you know, we know from what she said about that day that, just like you pointed out, that the narrative had already been written. And so now she has to, since she just said that was the initial thing that she thought, and I think there was a we in there as well, so it'd be that they thought that Summer had been taken. And I would submit to you that living on a property like that, my first thought would be, oh my gosh, what's happened to Summer? Number one, is there some kind of, you know, animal that came out of the woods that got her, if she was, you know, out playing by herself, or did she just have an accident? Did she fall down and hit her head, which would be super easy to do in that type of terrain, especially with the hills and whatnot that are there. That would be my first thing. Or where's she hiding? Where's she playing? I'd be looking all over for, you know, in all the little crannies and in that cave underneath the house, and the Candace said isn't a cave, and you know, down in the dungeon and all that kind of thing. There's no mention of anyone going down in the dungeon and looking for her there, or in the cave, or anything like that. They're just yelling for Summer. And so she's now,
right,
by making these statements, she has to defend that narrative that they already came up with, that Summer was taken. And because she has no choice. She has to. She's up against the wall because she's thrown that out there that there's no, in her mind at that point in time, there was no other possibility except that Summer had been taken by somebody. And so this is her attempt to defend that narrative.
Yeah, you've got this predatorial behavior. So, taking a huge risk to take a 5-year-old child off of that property without the child really making any noise and all this other stuff, right? And yet now you have a friend of the neighbors who hangs around with them.
Because that's never happened before, right? Nobody's ever taken a kid in a risky area. There are kids that have been taken right from their fucking front lawn.
Somehow interjects that there was some type of scream heard that day. Yet, you've got grandma here now. Well, I'm not really sure the time frame of when the swimming thing took place. Because she says that day, she doesn't say that morning, okay, or just before we left the hospital, okay. Hunter says a lot more than what she says, and that kid now, and of course, there are moving parts in those statements as well. But with grandma here, you would think, that moment, she's already lost a child, Rose, and now she comes out of a nap and is like, yeah, we just, planted flowers. And all of a sudden, boom, Summer's gone. She just vanishes. Okay. And to your comment, Steve, well, we yelled and we yelled and we yelled and we looked for her. Okay. You've got Candace say, well, I went down into and we looked under the bed and, we looked in the dungeon and, oh, by the way, I can't remember if this door was open or locked. Okay.
Right.
That's because she was filling in. Because everybody was kind of asking, well, how did the basement play into this? And the only way the suspect could have gotten to her was.
I'll tell you why, Heels in the Air. You weren't here in the beginning. What I said in the very beginning is that, good night, Ann. What I said in the very beginning is that as experienced as Chris is, he's not using his intelligence or all his years of training. He's catering to an audience. He's giving the audience what's going to bring him the most money and the most views and put him on top because he has to be on top. That's what Chris is doing. And it saddens me because he knows everything I'm saying is the truth and he knows it, but he's not saying it because it's not bringing him the money and the views and the overall consensus of most Summer Wells people.
Through that basement door. In fact, the behavior panel did a big thing on that. Okay. So they weren't buying it from the get-go. She's ignoring the card team and the risk continuum and all the science behind all the behavioral stuff that we're aware of, right? And that we know. And we've applied for all of our careers, still do today, right? And so we've got this really confusing script, I think, is starting to fall apart even further. And I think she just put the nail in it by saying, yeah, well, I was in sleeping. Because now I'm going to make a prediction here. Okay, I'm going to make a prediction here. I hope I'm wrong. I think now Candace realizes that mom inadvertently just put her under a steamroller. Okay. So what we're going to see is just like we did with Dawn, and I'm going to put $1,000 bingo card on this. Okay. Just like I said with Dawn, Dawn's going to adapt and improvise, and he's going to fill in the gaps, and he's going to get the team around him. Okay, and he'll help him fill in the gaps, or they'll help him fill in the gaps. Okay, his cheerleaders will help the team fill in the gaps. Well, Candace is going to do that as well, but it's going to be about mom. It's going to be about mom. Yeah. She made a mistake. Okay, what do you think?
Oh, I totally agree. She's going to throw mom under the bus in the same fashion that Dawn threw Candace under the bus, which is big time, by the way. And my prediction is that mom's going to do the same thing, and it'll be something along the lines of, mom has, her memory's bad, she has dementia, or she drinks too much, or does too much pain medication, or whatever it is. But it will be something to discredit Grandus.
Sorry about that. Okay. So what I was saying is that that's pretty much it. There's no more Grandus. I do not believe in Chris's lifetime of experience that he believes the bullshit that's coming out of his mouth. He has too much experience and too much knowledge and too much education to believe the nonsense that's spewing out. It just doesn't happen. I'm not muted anymore. Chill, people, chill. I unmuted a while ago. You guys are about 10 seconds behind. So I want to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's way smarter than this. But after listening to all of that, tell me something. What if they're wrong? What if they're wrong? Oh, I think they all do, Kat. I think Duty Ron, all of them are like that. Where my brother just retired from the NYPD, he's like, I'll never fucking want to be a cop. I don't want to be a cop on YouTube. I don't want to be a cop anywhere. My 22 years, I'm done. Thank you very much. Have a good day. It was wonderful 22 years. Now I move on with my life. So some people want to be a cop forever. Some don't. Put a post-it up to look at chat when you talk. I do. She'll sew the same with Grandus, so she's nutty. Ah, pit bulls are big lap dogs. Who is DR? Someone said he did say play golf. Who's DR? DR wasn't as big of a deal ever as Chris. He doesn't eat. Oh, Duty Ron. He doesn't even seem to know much. He relies on others to make his show. Yeah, I don't really watch him. But that's what I'm saying, Wyoming. What if they're wrong? All of this analysis of Grandus, Candace's handwriting, all of this stuff. What if they're wrong? How are they going to justify everything they just told? They can't. So does that mean that everything they ever knew was bullshit? No, it goes back to what I said. 90% you'll get it right, but there's 10%. Not everybody is the same. Not every single person is the same. Not every interrogation is the same. Just people are different. Things are different. It just is. Based on what we just heard, there are issues. Oh, there's definitely issues in the story, but innocent people have issues too in stories. It takes made respect to be a part of law enforcement. Salute to all officers. Thank you for protecting me and my family. 22 years, NYPD. What's he going to do? But he aged a lot. Let me tell you. I was looking at when he went into the academy to now. Holy shit. Stress put him there. He's only 18 months older than me. And man, he looks like he's 20 years older. Yeah, I don't really watch Duty Ron. I don't know. It's this thing about watching retired cops that I think still want to be cops. I don't know. That's just how I feel. Heard of some foreign-sounding lady called Chip. Says it was Summer's brother. It was not Summer's brother in the truck. That was Summer. Clear as day. And we don't even know about. Yeah, a lot of people didn't know about. Only one person in chat knew about the Sarah Maynard case. 17 months is a lot. What is? Stress will do that, I'm telling you. 18 months. He's fully gray. I only have a little gray. But he's aged. Stress. But he worked midnight, so he never missed any of my niece's softball games, basketball games. He was there every single game. And he worked midnights for 22 years. So he was always there for her. He was a good father. He was a good man. And I'm proud he's my brother. Now he's going to live stress-free. He's going to sleep all day, watch all his sports, because my niece is at college, and take a vacation, not worry about working around hours. He's 53, or he'll be 53 in May. No, he definitely will not have a YouTube channel. He doesn't even watch mine. But now I could probably interview him because he'll be like, I don't want to talk. Yes, he wasn't going to retire this early, but he did because New York City right now is a mess to be a cop. You don't want to be a cop in New York City. My mom's like, I never worried about you until these last couple of years, and he just decided now that it's bad and like they don't care about New York City cops anymore, he's done. No, he's married. Yeah, it's not a good time to be a cop in the city. Yeah, you know Clarissa. Happy birthday, Monica. He doesn't a channel reports for the real reason. It's all about personal gain. Much respect to you, brother. Yeah. On my channel, if he won't. Like, he couldn't when he was NYPD. But now he just wants to be like, what do you want me to say? But he's weird like that. I know a lot of men gone silver. Yeah, but I'm saying I'm not. Like, I have some grays, but not really. Like, I have friends that are full gray. I'm not. My mom didn't go full gray, though, until she was, like, 70, 65. But he takes after my mom's side. I take after my dad's side. But I was like, you know what sucks? He's 52, and he's retired. I'm 51. I'll be working forever. You're not a man. I said men. Oh. I'm just saying. But one thing I will say, though, my parents raised us right. We're both diehard kid fans. Like, we'll do anything we can for our children. Not everyone is like that. Not everyone puts their kids before themselves. And we both did. So that said something about my parents. The news showing improvement. And I'm not a Democrat. Yeah, but it's bad there. It is. It's bad. Criminals can get away with whatever they want. You can't stop them. You can't. It's not like it was. Oh, really, Wyoming? I'm 67 and maybe 5 gray hair. No shit. I think a lot of it is generational. My boys better be like that. Hey, Seymour. I started going silver in my 40s. No, I got some gray hair. But, normal, like, on top. I don't have, like, a full head. Mayor DeBozo, I agree with that. And dealing with all the situations, it has to be hard on a person. Yeah, and he worked midnights. He worked overnight shift for 22 years. I told Dayton to be a cop. I said, why don't you be a cop like Uncle Bobby? But my niece had posted on Facebook. She's like, my dad finally retired after 22 years and not one day did he miss a game. Not one day did he miss coaching. He was there for me all the time. And he was. My dad would be proud if he was still alive. Allegedly. Who's 2 years younger? Oh, believe me, there's a lot of people I see on YouTube that are younger than me that I'm like, whoa. It is, Clarissa. It's also the most expensive city to live in. I mean, let's call a spade a spade. But people always ask me, if I had unlimited funds, hell yeah, I'd go back to New York City. In 2 seconds. I just don't have the money. I can't raise a family there. I agree, Wyoming, it's not. I mean, he lives on Long Island, but... And that's the other thing. He took that trip into Queens every single day. You know, 5-6 days a week, overtime. First it was Harlem for like 10 years, and he's been in Queens. Two years younger. Oh, your sister. So, but now that he's out, I could say that he was a cop. I was in Long Island. I was in the city. I was in Queens. I was in Manhattan. I never lived in Brooklyn or Staten Island. Hey, Claire. This was a day in 1998. I moved to New York. Oh, no shit. Going on all city. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I like living not in a city. But it gets lonely. I realized yesterday I was lonely. I was like, I need to really start dating. Well, you got the big bucks, Clarissa. Guys, let's all move in with Clarissa. If you can afford Upper Manhattan, you got moolah. I'm moving in with Clarissa. $3,998. Hey, Allison, where have you been? From York, England, does that count? It does, because I want to go there on my way to Australia. Yeah, it's really not a good time. Just want to get home every day. Yes, I agree. I'm telling you, though, I realized it when my sister-in-law left. I was, like, in this deep funk. I couldn't snap out of it for, like, hours. And I'm like, why am I, like, depressed? And I realized, because I'm lonely. It's not even friends, but, like, you get older and people have their lives. And, you know, I'm used to just going to my sister-in-law's house or, you know, going here or going there, and you can't do that. What are hottest temperatures in New York during the... Oh, yeah, gas. I don't even want to know what gas is in the city. Life, girl, life. No life is that important, Allison. Oh, no, you don't, Clarissa. Florida's horrible. Gas hit $4.16 a gallon today. I think it's $3.99 still here. But that reminds me of my GoFundMe, my PayPal pool. Hold on. I got to show you guys. I'm starting a PayPal pool. I'm going to show you for what. And I'm not joking. Hold on. I got to pull it up. I only need $28,000. And I'm going to show you why. I got to find it first. So Patreon said I should start a PayPal pool. If I can find it. When did I post that picture? Patreons, help me out. Here it is. Hold on. All right. I'm starting a PayPal pool for this. I only need $28,000. That's all I need. How awesome is that? To be clear, no page. Yes, no, not for 28,000. But yes, she did. Texas girl said, start a GoFundMe. I mean, start a PayPal pool. How fucking awesome is that? What? No. Yeah. It's not a tricycle. Well, I guess it is a tricycle. How sweet is that? I don't even remember the website I got it from. But that is street legal. It's a moped. It's a $28,000 moped. It is a trike, but it's street legal. I think it goes in the water and on the road. Isn't that badass? Just donate 1.5 million. But how cool is that? I was like, how fucking awesome is that? Clips coming up with Cartoon Laura. No way, Rocco. You get 2 people on it. It goes on the boat and in the water. I mean, and on land. It is so badass. And you got compartment storage. I could so see me riding on that. That'll stand no chance against a car or a truck. Oh. See, we had a leather heart blown out. I'm telling you. How cool is that? I love this. I was like, oh my God, that's awesome. You're on your own with the clip channels. Yeah, I don't know if you can do a sidecar, but I think it's badass. But I've been looking at mopeds and stuff. I told the kids they should get mopeds or scooters. Here's the problem. Every moped, hey now, Rick. Every moped or motorcycle that I look at, I want one that's street legal. And I want one that I can ride to the store and ride in the street. So you need one that goes like 55, 60 miles an hour. Okay. The problem is, here's the problem. I've never ridden a motorcycle. So I should really start out with one that goes 20 miles an hour, 25 miles an hour so I can get used to it. No, that's not a moped. So then I could get used to it. Then I could bump up. So that's why I'm like, you know what? I'm looking at all these like moped/motorcycles, like under the $1,500 range.
100 cc's.
What?
I said 100 cc.
Yeah, but that's a real one.
That's a...
All right, go away.
That's a dummy. That's only for...
Hey, I got a question, by the way. What? Since it was traumatic in your life, tell me the details. I don't want to hear the actual ankle. Tell me the details surrounding your accident.
We finished practice. We were starting...
Come over here. What?
I said we were starting practice. Guy did 2 moves in one and snapped my leg.
Okay, what was around you that day?
People.
What kind of people?
Wrestlers. High schoolers.
Okay, and what about it?
We were practicing. We just got into our groups to practice.
Okay, who came from the left? Who came from the right?
I had a buddy named Esteban that was on my left. The guy I was wrestling was in front of me.
Okay, do you guys see what I'm doing though? Going on Chris's analogy or analysis, he just failed miserably. He just totally failed miserably. Because he was pausing, he was hesitating. You guys catch what I'm doing? Like, pausing, hesitating, not giving fluid answers. Couldn't really remember. According to Chris's theory, he would be lying. Okay, that's all I want to know.
But yeah, the scooter, 50 to 150 cc is 50 cc is about 50 and under. 150
I know. I've
cc
been
is
doing
about
my research.
50 to 60.
Go to bed.
That's a striker or a spider.
That's cool.
It's 20. It's like a $25,000.
28.
28.
It's
an expensive trike.
I know. I'm starting a GoFundMe. Goodbye.
I want a Bergman.
Goodbye.
Oh
my God, guys, go to bed. It's almost midnight.
But yeah, I'm saving up. Also, with a 50cc, you need a non-restricted class, and we all.
I know. Can you go to bed? It's almost 12. Shoo. You gotta get up for school. Shoo, shoo. Okay. But you guys know what you guys saw what I was doing. Oh, he's all right, Ivana. But you see what I was doing? Like, according to Chris's analogy, he would have failed miserably. Laura's scooter. I'm telling you, I've been looking. I told them to get scooters. Forget the cars. They're way too expensive right now. Way too. You can't even touch a car for under $10,000. That's probably worth, 2 years ago, it would have been worth $1,000. Now they're like $10,000. It's just dumb. So it's clearly a special interest too. Get a motorized scooter. I looked at those. I've been looking. No, electric scooters are way cheaper than that. You know, we Jobby, let me tell you something. My mom said that to me. She texted me tonight. She's like, I'm in Disney because they go to Disney once a month. She's like, but tomorrow we need to talk. You and the kids need to get passports because I have a feeling we're going to war and I want you guys to all have passports. What? What does going to war have to do with a passport? She's like, I'll explain it tomorrow. So if someone understands her, can you let me know? Because I don't understand what one had to do with the other. But she wants me to get passports for everybody. I don't want an electric bike. I looked at them. Yeah, but I can't leave because I would need their father's permission anyway. I wouldn't be able to get out of the country. You might not be able to get them in the future. Oh, that's why she's saying it. A scooter boat and a passport to Canada. Let's try cutting the grass with the zero-turn mower first, and then he can move up. A good point. Yeah, but where are you going to go? I just thought it was weird. I can't leave the country without permission from their dads. Like, nobody will give me permission. Electric scooter. They're not fast enough, though. I need to be street legal. Not yet, Sarah. So then I looked at ones, like, you can actually buy them on Amazon. Cancun, that would be nice. I'll put my luck, I'll move to Cancun and get wiped out in a hurricane. How much do you think I can get? A 2001 Lincoln car? You could probably get $6,000 for it right now. No joke. Work. He needs to go to work back and forth. I mean, he doesn't go far. Robotics. If we are at war, exactly, no fly zone. So how am I getting out? So I saw some cute ones, but when I look up the reviews of the company, yes, I did, Bonnie. I heard from her today, as a matter of fact. When I looked up some cute ones, mopeds for adults. Here you go. This is what I want right here. Ta-da! Oh, it's got to be cheaper than what my car insurance is now, Spivvy. Sage's car accident? Don't even ask. Oh, that's only not, oh, that's not what I want. Hold on. Here, like this. Hold on. I want something like this. When I look up this company, they get mixed reviews. And it's a $400 shipping charge. But it really has mixed reviews. You can see me on that, right? Fluff is a Maltese. No, I'm talking for me, Spivvy. Yeah, but they're really good on gas. But like 10-inch aluminum is not big enough. I was told you want 12. Minimum. I would do a golf cart. And a lot of the reviews say you always have to buy a new carburetor. But like this X Pro, like the 13-inch wheels is much better. But it has no reviews. Vespa is way too expensive. How much do you think it costs to fill up that 3-gallon tank today? I'm not driving in California. Top speed 68 miles per hour. Depending on rider's weight and road conditions. I'm not worried about that. But that's like the perfect bike. But there's no reviews. That's scary. Why are there no reviews on it? Because nobody's ever bought it. But that's what I want. Look up Zen Heritage Scooter. Okay. On Amazon or outside of Amazon? Is a horse road legal? Yeah, and they don't take gas. I just want it for local. And you could put 2 people on it. Buy a name brand. It's too expensive. They want like $7,000. I don't want to spend that much. But like something like this, I'm like, I might as well order it directly from China. Because right there is $2,000. That's crazy. But that's what I want. But I want it cheaper. Because for $2,000, I could probably get something better. Yes, you are required to carry insurance. I will not join a moped gang. Promise. Ruckus. Mopeds? Motorbuy's got bad reviews. Yeah, they're like $2,800. See? A 2019 is $2,700. I am not going that high. They're cute, but they're way too expensive. Yeah, that's too guyish. I like the tires, though. Much more really, I know. But that's too, it's too manly. That looks more like a motorcycle. I don't want it to look like a motorcycle. Doesn't tell you top speed. Beggars can't be choosers? That's a good point. I would do a live stream on that beast. I just pulled up this one because it's close to me. It's a stock photo. Like this place, they also got a really bad review. Nope, they got bad reviews. This Moto Buys. I'm more interested in what hat outfit you wear. Mad Dog. There you go. Oh, it's a ruckus style. See, yeah, that I would never buy. I can't find a purse that I like. I've been looking. I can't find one. It's one of these, like, I'll know when I see it. There's a spider, 25 grand. There you go, I'll get a Harley. I know I can ride a quad. I've done that. Ah, thank you, Spivvy. Ooh, I like this. That's my kind of bike. Way too old, though. See, everything's a motorcycle.
If you want a scooter for the road and not the highway, get something that's...
Can you go to bed?
I mean, get something between 50 and
Go to bed. Thank you. Goodbye. Go to bed.
I'm just saying.
Thank you. Go to bed.
you want a really slow, if you want a slow start, get a moped that's 50cc. You can look. If you want 125cc, you can look into the Bergman Street.
Okay, goodbye. Go to bed. There you go, $100. A Renegade 50. Telling you to sell you a motorcycle. I don't know how to ride a motorcycle. Yeah, ever since I said it, he's Mr. Research King. Is researching everything. There you go. That's what I want. Right there. Wheels on the back. I thought about that too, Bonnie. Yeah, it's not bad. $3,000. Way more than I'm spending, but I told Sage she should go half with me. She's like, are you crazy? I get a mobility scooter. Kava lasted me a week and it was done. Oh, no shit. I've driven a moped. I've driven quads. See, these are all ads. I think I looked at this place today. Oh, that's not bad. More than I'm spending, but something like that. And I don't like that they only have a 1-year warranty. That worries me. $49cc single cylinder 4-stroke. I don't know what that means. It's actually not that bad. It's 2022 Honda Metropolitan. $1.2 gallon. Is it slow as fuck? I don't know why it doesn't tell you how fast. Top speed. I want a 4-stroke. Lawnmower engine. No shit. Yeah, it doesn't tell you top speed. That's nice. That's more of like a mini motorcycle. I don't need more than 58 miles per hour. Make offer. Okay, 15. Oh. Pre-owned. Yeah, I was on this website earlier. They don't have much. Always wear a helmet. I think you have to here. Well, I have my car for that, Tony. I have my car for the winter. I'm not getting rid of my car. I don't need to go more than 50 miles an hour, though. But I just think I definitely need more than 25. Let's see. ...2009 Honda Ruckus. It's almost cheaper to buy a brand new one. Just saying. I was from 2012. I doubt he still has it. And when it rains, I'll take my car. Telling you, there's nothing. Yeah, I looked on here too. They got nothing either. Has an average maximum speed of 40 miles per hour. Yeah, that's no good. It's all the same stuff. I do need a cat. I'm not paying fucking $5 a gallon to go local driving. That's crazy. I want this. Thank you, Cotton Candy. See, she has a scooter. I can't open that now because then you guys see all my Facebook. Let me see something. Hold on. There's currently no motor scooters in my area. $350 moped. 50cc, runs fine, no problems. Cash only. Yeah, okay. So this website is classified New York, but this is in Alabama. Okay. Yeah, it's like a bullshit website. Apparently there's nothing. What? Oh, here's a new website I haven't seen yet. They don't have a website. Ah. Let's see. Let's try this one. Oh, they do engine repair. Lame. Yes, when you go to dealers, they're all big bucks. And I don't understand, honestly, why anybody wants a boat around here. There's no beaches. There's no beach in Tennessee. There's no beach in Alabama. So why the fuck do you need a boat? I don't understand why there's all these boat dealers. Makes no sense. Like, you don't need a boat living here. There's nowhere to put it. That's what I don't understand. I agree, avoid a dealership. Yeah, but you can't put a boat like this on a lake. I don't know. Just an awful lot of boats, considering there's nowhere to put them. Okay, this is all boats. Was I wrong about the boats? I don't know. You say so. What are you looking for? I'm looking for mopeds in Tennessee. Let's say Nashville. Okay. Well, they survived. Nope. Oh my god. This is all bullshit. Gonna get a damn virus. I've seen electric wheelchairs in thrift stores. Oh, I'm like 7 hours from the water. Yeah, but that's Kentucky. That's not Tennessee. Alabama, ours is like 7 hours away. Oh, that's cool. I'd get one of those. Look how cute that is. Hey, Chris. I think so too, Wyoming. God, that's like a one-person car. Isn't that cool? That's like for the kid that has everything. I'm an hour and a half, Allison. It's got heating, air conditioning. That's fucking cool. Hope it comes fully assembled. Top speed of 21 miles per hour. Yo, okay. That's $6,000 with a top speed of 21 miles per hour. You know what that's for? That's for a kid that has everything. That's for a rich kid to drive around the neighborhood when he's 12. That's exactly what that's for. No, it's not fast enough at all, but it's cute as hell. We give 10% of each sale to charity. Ooh, I like these. That's cute. These are mobility scooters. Hey, Rad Story. There you go. Four-wheel scooter. That's for me. $15 miles per hour. Definitely not. Definitely not. These are more mobility scooters. See, like, there's nowhere to get a scooter. Pre-owned Smart for 2? What's that? I have a motor on my tricycle. That's cute. I could see me driving on that. More than I have, but 75 to 80 miles per hour. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. I like that. Kill switch. How come no purple? Why am I not thinking clearly? I like this. This is cute as hell. Oh, right here. This is it. Or this one. I like this one. Yeah, see, I've seen these towel blades. They're much cheaper on Amazon. Bam. Well, I wouldn't do a full grocery shopping, but I like this. That is for me. Come on, you guys could so see me on that. I know, it's like $400. That is fucking perfect. All right, I'll look at it in a second. Oh, that is a BMS. If you're out walking a lot, you'll meet a great wealthy guy who will love shopping recreational vehicles. 4-stroke, air-cooled, Denny carburetor. I don't know what that means. Comes 95% assembled. No mechanical skills required. Free paperwork titles. No fees. Honda OEM cloned engine. Catalyst performance exhaust. Do you guys know what all that means? There you go, rear luggage space. That's where you put the groceries. It's not 70 miles per hour, it's 70 miles per gallon. Oh. 149 cc, H.5 single cylinder. Rider load 250. Which I'm way under, thank God. It doesn't say what top speed is. That's what this is, a BMS Heritage. BMS Heritage Vintage One-Tone Scooter. And it's free shipping. $150. View owner's manual. Heritage 158 or whatever. So it's not gas? Oh yeah, it is gas. Where would I find top speed? Oh, baby pink is my favorite color. Fill the tank with 90 octane or higher. Ew. I don't want saddlebags. Front brakes, rear brakes. Maximum loading capacity is 5 kilograms. Push button engine. No clutch. It doesn't show top speed. Doesn't show top speed. Oh, I didn't even bother to look at that, the speedometer. I don't know why I didn't. There was a picture of it too. Of course, now I can't find it. Oh my god, I want this. Top speed is 57. That's okay. I don't need it faster than that. They're $14.99 plus shipping, though. Let's see. Oh, it's flat rate shipping. How much you want to bet? It's like 500 $500. Let's see. I'll play their game. Oh, I have to fill everything out first. Alright, let me see something. Hold on, I gotta... Where were we? Company is fraudulent. Scooter was broken and doesn't work. Alright, I wouldn't buy from them. One star from 2 reviews. Okay, we're not going to buy from them. Hey, Yarn. We're looking at motorcycles. And this other one was called Extreme Scooters. They also got a 1-star review. Yeah, I wouldn't buy from them either. I'm shit out of luck. Sign up for AAA, I will. But you see what I'm saying, though? This, every time I look up somebody, they say don't buy from it. One of those, like, too good to be true, it probably is. But I really like this bike. Because, I mean, it's like I might as well order it straight from fucking China. But that's how I review stuff. Like, I look through everything. Don't spend money to say, oh, I agree. But then you can go to, I did. Oh my God. Fuck. No, they got nothing. Scooters. No, this place is just expensive as the United States. See, that's the only reason, though, I'm thinking about Amazon, because if it's no good, you just send it back, and they will refund it. That's the only reason I'm thinking Amazon. Because all these places make me worried. Trick is to respect your bike and life. There you go. All right, let's try Alibaba. Electric scooter, $320. Now we're talking. So that's what I'm saying. That's what these people are doing. They're ordering this from China for $250, and they're selling it for $1,800. It's exactly what they're doing. You just have to buy 2 of them at once. Well, I want to get one due to gas prices. Oh, these are electric. I don't want electric. Oh no, I've ordered from I've ordered from Alibaba. I've never had a problem with them. Like, this is what I'm saying. They're buying 10 of them because that's a minimum order. But they're buying 10 and selling them for like $1,800 a piece. Maybe I should get into that. These are all electric, though. $100. See, if you want to customize your logo and you want to make it your brand, you just have to buy 24 at once. Sell each one for $1,800. You're rich. That's why I think you might as well just buy it straight from China. Get $5 off every $200 spent with PayPal. Oh, they're not accepting PayPal? Ooh. Now that's for me. That's a kid's bike. Too bad, because that's cute as hell. I think I'm going to buy it right from there. I really do. I think I'm just going to go for it. Speedometer is 120 miles per hour. Right there, pink. Has no storage, though. I guess you can add that. I could not read chat when I was driving one of those. Definitely not. Like, all bullshit aside, though, all of the... No, I'm not, Your Honor. I've been thinking about this for a while. All of these, like, bullshit places that I keep reading about they're not any better, though. And if I'm spending like 500 and I lost 500, oh well. Oh no, I agree, Spivvy. No, Alibaba I used them for a couple different things. I've used them for hair extensions in the past. I've used them for a couple different things. I like that. Where are you going to put your shopping? It's not really for shop. It's like, I got to go to the gas station. I want to get a drink, little things. Oh, this does have a thing. The rear box. But what I'm saying is, like, these are no different than... All right, not those. Like these. No, this was the... Yeah, like this company. That one's more Honda. Okay. So a company like this, buys this... puts their own brand on it. That's the same bike. Oh. I got so many fucking windows open. Okay. That bike. And that bike. It's pretty much the same bike. You see what I'm saying? The car speed, 90 kilomiles, km. Electric start. They have 100% on-time delivery rate. First year in business. Do you get what I'm saying, though? Susie, at this rate, I might have to. Oh, believe me, I've been researching. I'm not buying from those random websites. That's what I'm saying. Every time I find a website and then I look, it's no good. But the thing about Alibaba, though, like I wouldn't buy from a first year, but they'll give you the ratings on people. I like this. Looks like these are all the same person. These are all the same. Oh, no, they're not. See, that's off-road. See, some of these you gotta buy 10. Oh, there you go, purple. But I'm not buying 168 of them. That's like my spider. But I'm not buying 2 of them. It's a nice bike for 800 bucks. I do. I research everything. Here, like this. They're in business 4 years. They have 100% on-time delivery, and they've done 26 transactions over $270,000. They're reputable. Four-stroke engine. Any color they can produce. Max speed is 50 km. What's 50 km? That's nice, though. I know it's kilometers. I'm saying, what does that equal? Oh, it's 25 to 30? Yeah, it's too slow then. No, it's made in China. This is a wholesale China website. That's why I'm saying I would buy it directly from China instead of going to these bullshit places. No, this is a direct China website. Alibaba. It's a very well-known one. Yeah, a lot of these are 50 km. Yeah, it's too slow. Same company. I probably could, Kat, you're right. These do have over 100 cc's, but they're still slow as shit. What about this little one with the roof? It was too much. I know which one you mean, but it was too expensive. That's hideous. I don't know why they have that seat with that color. That's nice, though. And the black. That's a badass looking bike. I know it's like they only have one seat. See, I can get my own logo. I could put my own logo on a bike. One of them is 6,500. No thanks. Me too, Spivvy. I'm getting off in a minute anyway. I can't believe it's 1 o'clock in the morning. And I'm just sitting here looking at bikes. Thanks, Allison. So you can get like a kid's dirt bike for 95 bucks. They don't have good stars. Max speed 61 to 80 km. Oh, it's a battery. Oh no, gas diesel. I like that. It almost looks like it's missing a back tire. The 125. Electric and kickstart. Double hydraulics. I don't know. Little speed makes the ride so much more fun. I don't know. I gotta do something. Definitely don't want diesel. That's fucking crazy expensive. I don't know. Electric and kickstart is always good. But like them too, they have really good, well, 7 transactions, but 470,000, 100% delivery rate. Yeah, if you guys ever want to take a chance, I got messages. If you guys ever want to take a chance on buying directly from China from a wholesaler, let me know. Because they really do have some good deals. You just got to look and make sure this is what you want. Like someone that does 7 transactions in 7 years, yeah, not so good. You know? Gas. Scooter. Ready to ship. Plus $1,000 for shipping. Yeah, okay. $4,000 for shipping. Yeah, picture that one. $1,500 for shipping. Oh, that's because you need 24 of them. All right, I get it. I don't know. The search continues. See, this is 1,000 for shipping, but there's 100 of them. You need 100. Bob ripped off my design for my... Oh, no shit. Yeah, that's highway robbery. Verified is another thing. You want someone that says verified. That means they're verified by the Chinese government. See, like this, $1,500 for shipping. The bike is $200, so that's $1,700. That's about normal. That's cute though. There you go, 100 for shipping. Now we're talking. $440 and 100 for shipping. That's $550. I'm in. Max speed 85 km. I'm only showing 2 transactions though. That's a badass price though. It's a nice scooter. I would do that though. Oh, 85 km is only 40? I don't know. Good to keep in mind. Must have motorcycle license in Alabama for anything above a 50cc or 49cc. This is what I do all day. I get focused, and I get hyper-focused, and I just sit there and I look. And then I research everything. Like, I could stay up till like 5 o'clock in the morning just looking at different bikes and deciding what I wanted. No, I agree with you, Oaklancy, if it sounds too good to be true. But like I said, I've ordered stuff from Alabama. I've never had a problem. It takes forever. But I've never had a problem with it. I was actually selling third-hand stuff on my website for a while. That was from Alibaba. And nobody ever complained about it. Everyone always got their stuff. You know, it was drop shipping. Everyone always got their stuff. They're actually pretty reputable. For the most, I mean, I wouldn't spend tens of thousands of dollars. Fuck no. So, all right, I'm going to get off, though. I guess I'm not making whipped cream tonight because it's already 1 o'clock in the morning. But I am going to go to bed. I am going to go to bed. I will see you guys tomorrow. I hope you guys had fun tonight. Thank you much. But when you see my GoFundMe, you know why. But I'm telling you, I'm going to get a bike. Total for that bike is $540. Which isn't fucking bad. Because, like, if you lose $500, it's a lot different than losing $1,500. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't want to go too fast. I got to learn how to ride first. I'm worried about speed. I don't even know how to fucking ride a bike yet. So, I'll drive over from Georgia. Let's go. I'm telling you, I have to. But it's too late now. The kids will kill me. You know what I'm saying, though? It's like one of those, if you lose 500, it's better than losing 1,500. Yeah, it wasn't always about looking for bikes. I'm not going to be there Friday. I'm leaving Sunday. We're leaving Sunday night. And we're going to go to Alcatraz on Monday. So we'll be in Nashville probably like 11 o'clock at night. And then we're coming back Wednesday. It's a short trip. She just wants to see Alcatraz. And I promised her that we would go. So. That's it. Alright. I'll see you guys later. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful night. Thank you, Spivvy, for the super chat. Thank you for anyone buying PayPal. Yeah, you need a bike license. I would have to get a bike license, which really isn't a big deal. But, yeah, I'm going to go to bed. And I got to find my contacts so I can put my contacts back in because I can barely see. So, I will see you guys later. Have a wonderful night. And before you laugh at me, think of the tree. And if you're really interested in a different kind of case, go listen to the Sarah Maynard case. Look up information on it. It's a really interesting case. Hope it can help you look for a bike again. I hope so. So, all right. I will see you guys later. Have a wonderful night. Peace. Thank you, Yarn.